Back to this vision is the passion to bridge the gap between where young adults are and where they desire to be. And I want to make bold to let us know today that we've been able to provide mentorship, coaching to engineers, medical doctors, PhD holders, lecturers, business owners cut across different spheres of influence. And today we have people seated here in the hall from Lagos, from Ibadan, from Ogun, from Kaduna. We have about 9 people from Jos. We have people coming from Lokoja. We have 2 people coming from Kano. We have Kaduna present in the house this morning. We have people come from Kefi as well. So we're here today to learn, to unlearn, okay, and to relearn. Very important. And I want you to, as much as possible, maximize the speakers that we have here today. Are we together? And that's all I have come to say. I'll be back again to share some thoughts with us, and then we'll start taking our speakers one after the other. We're not going to wait, and then we go straight into the panelist sessions. Please, again, I want to ask you, take notes, ask questions, maximize this opportunity that has been given to you. Are we together? Thank you so much for your time, and I will be right back again. Have a good one.
The Real Platform is an organization that is knowledge-based. When I say knowledge-based, the character of the organization is to bring people knowledge for things that they will need to grow in life, to bridge the gap, the knowledge gap that they have.
I joined this platform since my school days. It's been 10 years and above now. And I tell you, I have grown, from that time till now, and I have a lot of results to show for it.
Real Platform is a place where you don't live the way you come in. It changes you entirely. You become a different person for good, actually. Real Platform is a place where you come, you get to learn, unlearn, relearn, and you also network and you meet wonderful people. We are blessed with wonderful set of people where you can actually learn from, and they can also learn from you.
The Real Platform is a knowledge-based institution. It's an organization that helps build its individual into change agents. Like when you get to spot a problem, you get to profile solution to the problem, and it has helped my life in such a way that I get to build relationships with people around me. I get to do things with zeal and with excellence as a goal.
I joined way back as a student, which is some 11 years ago, and I am still here. And nobody leaves whatever that works. So Real Platform works, and it has impacted me not just in my social life. I relate more with people. I learn how to manage people. I learn how to relate with people. All this is what you gain and you get when you relate and associate with the center of real impact.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
To me, the Real Platform has been that air that I need to stand out as an individual and then as the person that aspire or look into the future.
The Real Platform is that organization that takes you from where you are, assesses where you want to be, and then directs you on how to get to where you want to be. And then it has impacted me in building my capacity. It's made me realize that knowledge is power, even though it's something I've heard a lot of times, and I've even thought it was cliche. But with the Real Platform, I've seen knowledge transform me. It's something I couldn't even imagine. There are some times where I didn't know I had the capacity to do something, but just little take-homes from our webinar and seminars, well practicalized, was able to make me achieve certain things I didn't really know I could achieve before.
The Enterprise and Innovation Development Summit is a place where people in business, professionals and leaders come together. They come to rub minds, they come to learn from each other, and they come to share ideas, they come to network, they come to see how we can try.
For me, EID Summit is always disruptive in the sense that they help to reconfigure your mind. Those people that come to teach us are not just telling us from the pages of the books. They are not making us clones of the authors, but rather they are sharing practicality of how they have been able to survive and grow their businesses to where it is.
So we watch them speak and talk about their experiences, and for me, if these people can do it, I know that I can do it too, and that one day we will get there. I'll get to be like them as long as I continue to persist.
Well, every year is different, but something is consistent. We get global change leaders to come and share their experience with us. And then there's something consistent, and that's process. You can't skip the process, and you need to build capacity.
So I have been able to listen, see, and hear from those people, those who have broken more grounds, those who have excelled, have been in high places, who have gone through a lot of things. Gold needs to go through fire. Those who have gone through the fire to be who they are. So EID Summit is a place to be, a place where we get to learn.
It's been something that once you get to attend, you really don't go back the same person. Like, you come out with this fresh ideas suddenly because of those who have gone ahead of you, how they're able to, express themselves.
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
Israel Chukwuyem Jude also known as Chooks the General, is a passionate and professional stand-up comedian, master of ceremony, actor, promoter, event manager, and an event consultant of repute. The spontaneous Chooks the General has stood on pleasant platforms and prestigious stages to entertain dignitaries from all walks of life, having mastered ceremonies with his hilarious joke styles in events like Ali Baba January 1st concert, AY Live, Crack Your Ribs, Two-Face, Egazim, EIN album launch, Night of a Thousand Laughs, MBGN, Whiskey Live concert, National Gospel Event, Presidential Award for National Committee on Small and Medium Enterprises, and has been the host at the Nigerian Senate President's birthday and more. Chooks the General has hosted high-profile weddings such as the President Buhari's daughter's wedding, Zahra Buhari, Alhaji Aliko Dangote's daughter's wedding, and Governor's children's wedding at Sokoto, Kebbi State, Kogi State, and Katsina State. His tenacity and diligence to smart work also earned his invitation to speak at different organization staff seminars like Transcorp Hilton Abuja. His spontaneity got him to feature in the most talked about Nigerian movie, Yoruba Demon. Chooks the General, who is also compassionate about human welfare, also came up with a give back event, Prison Break, which is an annual event, and Christmas on the street. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm real platform welcome to Chooks the General?
Sorry, hold on. Okay, so good evening, good morning, special ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, maybe because I was a comedian, they had to play this song. Can you do me a favor? Can we all be on our feet and sing this particular song together? Can we play it quickly? My time is already counting. It's morning. Can we play? Let's go. Who's playing the song? Who's playing the song? Media, can we play it, please? Or we sing it by ourselves?
Trendybeats.com.
I heard that you're looking for
Let's see how to. Is this song? This is song. Okay.
As I wake up this morning,
This is song.
landlord don't call me.
Oh, it has intro.
My body don't
I didn't
ring
even
my
know it's that
phone.
serious.
Say with that thing when you promise me.
Some people know that it's a
I know
serious
say you
man.
no go believe. Them not tell me say that so it dey be. I beg you take me back to days when it be saying I just to play and chop.
Everybody, I can't hear you now. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. You can sit. When the president comes on stage, they will play national anthem. This is my own national anthem. We have to read. Okay. Good morning, friends. My name is Chooks the General. Also, my name is Israel Chukuyemju. This phone is inconveniencing me. This is my first time to instruct my madam. Let me hold this phone. She has paid me for events, so she's my boss. I'd like to welcome you all. It's good to be the first speaker to share a few thoughts with you. Unfortunately, for this particular conversation, I did not, you're supposed to have like a slideshow, you will now be very serious and be prepared. Unfortunately, for people that invited me, they thought I was a serious human being. I did not plan slideshow. So people that came with barrel and paper, God will help all of us. But I'll just tell you a few things about my life and how I got to where I am. And because I will not be, I took excuse already. Today is my PA's wedding. And the guy has served me since 2014 till now. So I'm more or less doing the wedding for him. But I accepted this invite before we chose that date of the wedding. So I have to still honor this invite because we have to do what we have to do. So I tried to move on my career. I'm a stand-up comedian, master of ceremony, a few more things. Some of you can have an idea of what I do. Some who don't have, this is me now. Godon said, my name is Chooks. He always tells us, always say it. My name is Chooks the General. If you don't know me, I also don't know you. So, but today all of us know ourselves now. There are three things I think we should note about life. So because I have a lot of speakers that are coming that I even want to listen to, people that have even paid me for work, people that have employed me before, they tell me to come and speak in front of them. I don't even know what I will say. My employers are here. Okay, so I'm going to try my best. I'm still growing in my job, but I'm not where I used to be before. And where I am today is not where I will be if you see me tomorrow. I did not say if you see me next year. I did not say if you see me next month. I said if you see me tomorrow, where I am today is not where I will be tomorrow. So I have been able to deliberately, by the grace of God, put myself on a permanent, progressive journey of life. So I move every inch at every time, and the journey, the aim, is to get to a very fantastic end. So, wow, I like the clapping prefect. Who is the head of clapping here? Wow. So I'll share a few things with you. For those who are here who want to go into the kind of thing I do, I'm sure that should be everybody, because everybody here should be talented. For people who believe there's a special area in your life where you have a special skill, or you have something special, and you want to advance that area of skill, this quick thought I want to have may be useful to you. I put something together I call 3Ds. I put that together by myself. I've taught it so many times in so many places. Maybe if you've heard me talk before, you should hear it. Or if you heard somebody that have heard from me, you should have heard it. But today will be a fresh dimension. And I'm going to take you through that 3Ds. In life, as you embark on the journey of life, there are 3 things I want us to take note of, as it summarizes the story of my life, especially for those who have different area of talent and skill. First is the first D. I call it discover. I got to a point in my life where I discovered a particular area of my life where I'm good and I can do it effortless. People may call it talent. So I noticed that I'm very talented in being on the microphone. I can talk from now till tomorrow. I realized that talking I can do effortlessly. Just when I realized I could talk, I also noticed that I could make people happy while talking. That's the little things I discovered. So I noticed I can make people laugh. I noticed I like to talk. So discovery is very important in your journey of life. Some people get to that point at 10, God bless you. Some at 15, some at 20, some are still 40. They've not discovered a particular area of their life that they can do effortlessly. The richest people in life are people who do things they do effortlessly and they are happy doing it. If you are struggling doing what you are doing, no matter how much money that thing is fetching you, very soon you'll be discouraged. So because of the story of my life, I always encourage people to locate exactly what they can do effortlessly. Trust me, today it can be me saying I make people laugh. Let me use the word comedy. For somebody it can be that you are a caterer. For somebody, I met a lady, it's when I was putting this thought together on how to come up with these 3Ds. I met a lady who said she actually loves to clean. I went to a seminar and we're talking like somebody was there and said, I just realized that I love to clean. I said, how do you mean? Because the talent can't shock me. I'm like, you can clean the whole Abuja. She said she just loves to clean. I'm like, wow. So I now noticed that everything can actually be a talent. As far as you do it effortlessly and you are happy doing it. Just a little twist. That thing to become a talent has to be something you are extremely skilled in. It means that if I stand here, I can make you laugh effortlessly and you may not be able to do it. So before we can call it talent. So please, so I don't keep it for long, point 1, discover that area. Very important. It's inside you. How to discover it, the process of discovering it is a topic for another day. I don't have that time. I'm watching the screen, my time is counting down. But just know that you have to discover something you can do effortlessly. For my wife, she can buy and sell. My wife can sell anything. In fact, I'm thinking one day I can get to, they'll say they have sold me as the husband. That, no, my wife can sell. I don't know how she does it. So she's working in FRS, but it's a joke. So when she's done from work, she does selling. That's what we're going to end up. Just be doing the government work for now, but we will sell. She loves to buy and sell. So it can be different things. Think about it. It can be to make clothes. It can be anything. Please, I beg you, discover that thing. Don't just be floating in life. You will just belong to nothing and be nothing. You'll be doing beautiful nonsense. Discover your own area. Everybody has it. I've heard people talk about how we are all peculiar in different things. Mine can be this today, yours can be something. It can be something. Please discover it. When you discover that thing, we'll go to the next phase. We go to the next one. I call it develop. That's second D. You have to develop what you have discovered. So the moment I realized that I love to talk, I remember I said that when I'm talking, I can make people laugh. That's where my discovery stopped. But I further developed that particular skill. I had to refine it. Now, let me tell you something. Everything God gives, take it from me, drop it anywhere, take it to the bank. Everything God gives in life, God will give it to you in a raw form. That's why when you have countries who have crude oil, like Nigeria, we have crude oil, we don't have refinery, we are still broke. Yeah, because we don't have the development process of what God gave to us. It's not enough to discover what you have. You will just be a living legend that is broke. If you just discover what you have and you don't take out time to develop it. Because the next D after develop is very tempting. So people move from discover to the final D. When I get there, that's display. So people move once they discover it, they quickly go and start showing it. No. There's a middle line between discover and display, and that is developing it. I say this because I'm sure most of you here, you have, especially music, you have people in your life that you know that can sing very well, and you think in your heart that they are better than Davido. You know anybody like that? You think that this guy, when you heard the guy sing, this guy, if he's a Christian, he's better than Panapasipo. If he's this guy is just good, but the guy is not just breaking through. The problem is that guy is serving us crude, he's serving us raw. God gave him talent, raw. He's now serving us the same thing back, raw. We can't use the raw crude that we have in Nigeria. You can't just take the crude and put inside your car to drive. There have to be a refining process. And so I took out time to develop what I have. How to develop is a topic for another day. But I took out time to develop what I discovered I can do. And so if you are sitting here and there's something special you have discovered you can do, you have a particular area of life that you can do effortlessly. Before you start showcasing it, please take out time to refine it. Take out time to develop it. Take out time to master the art. For me, for the purpose of personal story, between my discovery and my display, just that I'm still in a permanent phase of developing, I've not stopped. Between that time, I went through a lot. I went to the university, I understood people who do what I do, I serve people. For people that are here who don't believe in service, because it was my PA's wedding, I woke up today thinking a lot about service. That guy has served me so much that I can't just forget him. My PA has served me so much. Service is very important. It will make you learn what your master knows without your master teaching you. How I learned how to do my own shows, for those who have been to my show at the Hilton, how I learned how to do my own show was assisting and serving AY during AY Life. All the trick AY used for AY Life is in my pocket. You should not bother. I don't even need to teach me. You should not bother. He comes to my show is sold out. He will tell me every time, Chooks, you don't sell out Transcorp again. Are they copying trick? Just no. But I learned that by just following him. I serve him. I have served people in my life. I have served a lot of people in my field. A lot of people. I serve people, RMD, Alibaba, AY, Sheilo. I can give you testimonies of people that have served. And I understood what brought them to where they are. Bobby, I can tell you how you can travel in the field of comedy and mastery ceremony effortlessly. I can hold your hand and take you from point A to point B because I followed people. I took out time to refine and develop the talent I discovered that I have. So for those who just discover and jump to display, it's a big problem. It will be beautiful nonsense. You will make no profit. You will get nothing back to you. You will not get satisfaction. There will be nothing. The people you are serving, the people you are giving the services to will not be happy with you. They won't be happy. You won't get a smile back because you rushed into doing what you're supposed to know how to do. And so, just because my time is counting down, I'd like you to understand that the moment you discover what you can do effortlessly, the next thing you should do is to develop it. So, for different subsectors of talent and different things we can do, there are different processes that you can use to develop it. But for those that are in my field, for those who are talented, who do kind of thing that I do, I think that you take out time to study your sector and make sure you are refined. I know there are talents who made it without going to school, made it without being packaged. I know all of you have played different role models. There is Zazu, I know that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, but take it from me. There are people who want to talk to audience. Yeah, when the European Union come to sign people, we know people they sign. We know people they look out for. You know, so we know people that it is, just not to be too specific. We know people that it is Peters that is signing them. We know people that it is United Nations that's working with them. We know just because of how they are, how refined your personality is. So please, take out time to develop what you have before you now move to the point of display. In displaying what you have, there are also different rules and different ways to achieve it. But I needed to quickly summarize the journey of my life with these 3 Ds. I discovered what I can do. I took out time to develop it. And while developing it, I understudied people. I mastered my craft. I served people. I looked at the best way to deliver what I want to deliver. And then I started displaying it. If you have gone to a wedding that I host, I'm not doing adverts. If I was not married, I would empty my own wedding. I'm good. Don't worry, it's not adverts. Don't worry. No, don't worry, it's not adverts. People that, I don't know if anybody have gone to an event where I host. I'm good. Where? No, don't worry, it's not, I'm not looking for customer, I'm telling you. Thursday I had 2 events. Yesterday I had 2 events. Today I have 2. Amakura's wedding is today, the former governor of Nasarawa State. I'm doing it, it's not daughter's wedding. So I'm not looking, I'm good. Because I took it first. I didn't jump. I didn't catch what I can do and move straight. I didn't start doing it immediately. No. I can tell you the journey of my development. I took out time to refine what I do. I met one comedian who said, "Want to be following me?" I said, "Okay, good, come and be following me." We went 2-3 times. He started gossiping me that I used to follow me. I don't give him platform. So my pay told me that he told somebody I don't give him platform. No problem. And I go to big events, and those big men, he would have been able to talk. They will like him. No problem. You can't get it wrong with me. I had a very big event, and I called him to just say, "My friend is here." He was so happy when I told him to come on stage. He just embarrassed himself. He was about to make a joke with the governor and got it wrongly. The way they carried him out. And trust me, this life, everybody's on their own. When I took back, I denied him. I said, I just met him outside. The way I denied the guy, is the deny that shocked my PA. He was like, "Bros," I said I denied the guy. I just met him outside. He said I should help him. I thought, like, the governor is here, let's just help him. And governor is from your state. Governor said yes. I said, that's why I gave him mic. They said, okay, it's okay, let him just go. They threw him out. He just thought, like, because he was seeing me do it, he could just do it. So please take out time to master, develop, and refine what you have discovered. Time is counting down. Okay, so he has permitted me to just take a few. Yeah, I have that permission. So I try to do a quick summary. I'm sure as time goes on, we'll keep meeting. And yeah, by the way, because of this today wasn't convenient for me, I'm not supposed to come, and I came. I don't know when your next program is. Even if you don't invite me, I invite myself. I love this gathering. I love what it's about. I respect this, and this means a lot to the next. This is how we can contribute to ourselves, and it's a lot, actually. Thank you very much. Yeah, so how is it supposed to be done? Yeah, questions. If you like and believe me, ask any question. If you think I should get out, I'll use the door. Yeah, so I said we should sing that song, the adulthood song. Reason because I want us to know that you have to take your life up by yourself. There were days in your life where people will spoon feed you, where people will give you money, where people will, it's not happening again. My father called me one day. I said, "How are you, sir?" He said, "Chooks, send me money now." I said, "Why?" The thing was too harsh. He didn't even put please. He said, "For what?" When I was young, she was giving money. I don't used to put please. So your parents will collect from you. There's nobody, everybody's eye is red now. True, yeah. So we have to know that the moment you get to the phase of life you are in now, adulthood have caught up with you. And the belief that it will be the way it was when you were a child is a scam. We are going to face our life. So discover what you can do very quickly, develop it, and start selling your market as quick as possible. I need to say that. Yeah, question. You have a question already?
Okay, I have a question. All right, we'll very quickly take yours because we had some people turn in the questions. Please come very quickly.
Okay, some people have turning question inside there already. There's a question platform. Oh, really? Nice. Okay. Sorry, I did not know. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you to the organizers of this program. I wanted to ask, at any point in time, did you want to give up? And then what made you keep pushing forward? Because sometimes it's not easy, when you're developing yourself and working towards a goal. So what pushed you forward? Thank you.
Okay, so what's the rule here? Everybody take their question and answer, or one by one?
What would you?
Okay, I think I saw two other hands, so we'll just take two from the audience. I'm sure you have some in your phone.
Yes.
So how many questions do you have there?
I have two.
Two here. How many am I entitled to because of time? Let's take the focus. So we have two here, we have two. So let's take the four now. Then when I answer them, know that I'm qualified for the next 1 minute or I should go. I understand. Yeah, so. Then somebody was somewhere around here. Okay. Quickly, so that your question don't enter my answering time.
Good morning.
Morning. Sorry, man. Are you helping me write it? Somebody says, yeah, that one. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Fresh. My question is concerning myself. I want to know, was there anything like a motivation, not motivation, was it something you were seeing that you were looking up to, like, I don't know, maybe some people will say, okay, I want to make money, that's why I'm doing this thing. Some people will say, okay, I want to have the fame. Some people, a lot of things that people have in their mind. Now, what is your own? Because now you're very successful, it's obvious.
No, I never really make them. Calm down, so that I'm at the junction, but I also make it. Go ahead, you are on the same line. Okay.
All right. I want to, but
what's my motivating factor? Get it.
Sorry, I don't know if I can just ponder on something so that you can answer mine.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people look at me and tell me, okay, you're good at it. I can sing. But
you can what?
I can sing.
Good, yeah.
Now, I want to, like, a lot of people tell you, you can make money from this thing. Okay, music may not be your thing. You know how to do it. But don't you think you can make money from here to do something else that you want to do? Now, is that motive a good motive? Now, having that, okay, I want to make money from this thing so I can do this is what I want to do.
Thank you. I like your question. Thank you. This is a real question. It's real. It's from your heart. Any guy, female, just asking me a question. No man, a man like me. Oh yeah, quickly. You can quickly talk from there since you so don't take time. Develop, display. Is it? Sorry, what's the first English you spoke? Is it one? Let me tell you what happened. You have successfully confused your lecturer. So I'm the one that want to ask you a question now. Okay. Let me hear my lecturer, please hold on. My brother, what's your name? Nicholas. You know what? I'm happy with you. I'm happy that you wore suit. So you are. I'm the one that didn't avoid you before. Okay, that's a good question. Thank you. I get that. So should I answer these three? Let's get the ones in the. Thank you. That's a good question.
The first one is, so you are very creative, and someone wants to know how one can actually be creative and innovative in their industry. That's one. Then the second one, you have mentioned a series of events that you have hosted, and you have probably said how good you are.
Good.
And you are able to anchor these lines of events because you seem to have a good relationship with people. So how are you able to establish, to build relationships? How are you able to nurture relationships? And how would you advise the people to do that? Because it takes relationship to go this far.
Okay, thank you. So, because as the questions are coming and my brain is booting, I may have to ask for a recall, especially for your two questions. But because I made a lot of joke with this guy, I since remember his question. So your question is, are we on a permanent journey of discover, develop, display, go back and discover, develop, display, or we just discover, develop, display, and that is all? Did I summarize your question very well? Okay, so first, what happened in my life was that I discovered I could talk. Second, I said it very well. What's second thing? Wow, people are not following me. I can do what? I can make people happy or laugh. Yes. That was the first, and I kept saying it. This is the first thing I discovered. I kept saying it. So I started, on campus we'll be making, that's why they are very good. Development is a very long topic. We don't just have the time. To develop your talent, you need, that's why school is good. I didn't go to school because I wanted to become a medical doctor. I read statistics in school and I came out with the second class. In life, when somebody come out with first class, they'll say, I came out with the first class. They used to be very proud. When somebody come out with 2-1, they will say, I came out with 2-1. When somebody says, I came out with second class, it's 2-2. Sure, you know that one, Abi? So I came out with the second class anyway. So let's go ahead. Don't ask me which class. I just came out with the second class. But when somebody said, I graduated, there's problem. But let me just move quickly. Problem day, trust me. Don't ask the person at all. Don't say, what do you are going to do for trouble? The person will be angry for nothing. And it's not your fault, yeah? So me, I came out with the second. It's not your business. So I did statistics, right? But why on campus? I was making people laugh. All right? I was practically a clown in school. You will laugh and kill yourself on campus. So I had people tilt to me because of my humor level. So I was just doing comedy. So one day when we were in school and they were doing Miss Campus and I was to be the comedian, the MC they brought from Abuja disappointed them. And I told myself, wait, I can actually be MCing this thing and be making them laugh. And so I discovered another part again, MC. I developed that one. I started developing it. Now I MC events. As I was following AY, I'm like, I can produce my own events. And I started, generally speaking, with Jukes the General. I started my own show. Because I started developing that one to learn it from AY. As I was doing it again, I saw that, wait, I can act, I am now in Yoruba Demon. I'm in Hustle in the African Magic series. I started doing that again. So, but they are both tied in the same field of entertaining people. But I just kept discovering different areas. I kept opening different markets. As I'm discovering, I'm registering it. I'm opening that market. I discover again. I register it. I'm opening the market. So everything about me is registered. So I've discovered a new part of me now. I'm going to start doing talk shows, sitcom. I'm interviewing couples that have hosted their weddings. And it's going to be mad. To be available on my YouTube channel, there's a new discovery. I've registered that one already, so you can keep expanding. You got it.
All right.
So somebody was here that said...
Permit me to interject you there.
Okay.
You just mentioned YouTube channel. So, distinguished guests, I implore us to please take time, pick up your phones, do a self, follow us, and share the link. There's going to be a link on the screen. Let those that are at home in their different places also follow this event live. Thank you.
She asked me to do advert. Clap now. Somebody stood here and said something. What was the question again?
She actually asked what is motivating you.
Oh yeah, motivating. Yeah, the first person said what?
No, that was her question. What's
No, the first person.
motivating
This is
you?
number 2. Yeah, the motivating. Yeah?
It's pretty much the same thing.
What if, no, the first person said something that struck me differently. What's my drive?
Right. Yes.
Okay, what's in the ginger me? That kind of thing. Yeah. Where's the person that asked the question? Is that it? What's my drive? What's motivating me? That's...
And then she asked that, did you ever feel like...
Yes, that's what I'm looking for. Did I ever at any point feel discouraged? I'll tell you a story in 10 seconds. I went to a wedding one day. I wasn't really paid. But my name is Chooks the General. In your head, as I am like this, as I am small like this, imagine me 5 years ago, how smaller I will be. And I'm answering one big name that you'll be thinking is a big man that's coming. So I walked into a wedding one time, and I was supposed to be the MC. And I was waiting for this. So, you wear waistcoats and wear bow tie. You don't put the suit yet. You're waiting for when the event want to start, you now put the suit. Everybody now see you fresh. So I dropped my suit somewhere. So the father of the groom was looking for the MC. He came to ask me, sorry, where's Chooks? Where's the MC? I'm like, sir, I'm the MC. The man said, for what? Is it a child's birthday? Are you mad? My only daughter's wedding. It was an honorary, but I can't forget that man. For what? They brought you a child for MC. Are they joking? The man was so angry with me, my parents, my auntie, my whole village people. And it's the daughter that booked me. He was angry with the daughter. He said, for what? He said, the money they pay me, I should keep it. When they give birth to a baby, I'll come and MC. I should sit down and chop food. He said, oh, she has given food. What's wrong with this one? Kilo, for what? That day I hated myself and my job. I'm like, no, even if this guy took it personal now. He said best man should be doing MC. The guy was just doing cut and join. There are moments I felt really discouraged. There are moments where I would have wished I would have performed in an event and it didn't happen for me. There are moments where I would have felt like I would have taken a next leap in my career, but it's not coming forth. But now, to join the two questions, what keeps me going is that I have something I'm looking at and I'm going to achieve. And I keep getting ready for that thing I want to achieve. I keep getting ready. I keep getting ready. It's just you that have not noticed me, but I'm fully ready. I don't see opportunity and start planning for it. As I am now, I watched this guy host the US events that the president was there. And I told myself, what if American presidents have to come to Nigeria and there's no MC and they say, choose come. I'm ready. Like I started getting myself ready. I started rehearsing. I understood how their accents are. I started getting American jokes. It that will make sense to a foreign president. I don't have foreign president to MC for, but I'm ready. So that day, I just watched that best man do his MC. And I went to meet him. I said, sir, it's time to cut cake. Since I've been paid and I don't refund, can I just cut this cake? If I don't make sense at the middle, show me a way. I'll go back and sit down and eat the moi moi they gave me. When he said you should give me food, they didn't even give me food. They gave me moi moi. Very wicked people. Like children food, they would have added pap. So I think that they want to kill me. So I said, I'll just go back to my moi moi. Let me just do this. When the man just gradually, because the best man was messing the event up. I was seeing the event was not going. It was rowdy, not coordinated. When the guy mistakenly gave me that microphone. Because all the things I've done at the beginning, at the middle, just to cut cake. I cut cake of life. When I was done cutting that cake, the man came and said, I said, sir, I'm not emceeing this event. Forget it. I want to do it, but I just do small shakara. You understand that? So I feel discouraged at some point. A lot of things happen. People can insult you for your own talent. You can be discouraged. Certainly when you have a talent and money is not coming, a lot of things can discourage you. But the truth is that you have to set a mark for where you're going. And let me to join your two questions. Your talent is something you are happy doing, whether you are paid or you are not paid. As I am now, this man did not, maybe he paid up, but he didn't pay me. He paid you. No, let me ask my fellow speakers before I say I was not paid and they have paid some people. A lot of us were not paid. Okay. I can talk here for 7 hours. I don't have to be paid. So there's a primary joy in doing your talent. So your motivation cannot be money anymore. But as you embark on the journey, when you have built your market to a point where it is buyable, money will start coming. Nobody gives money for where there's no value. So you have to grow to a point where it's buyable. So when you have me and you have Basket Mouth, I've done events with Basket Mouth where I was the one begging him to take 3 million. Basket Mouth is now doing 5 million to do stand-up comedy. 5 million. After COVID, he increased it. Before I was doing 3 million, 3.5. Now it's 5 million. I was begging to take 3 million. And me, they didn't pay me 3 million. Me, that's begging him. I didn't feel bad. The guy has packaged himself to a point where he can be bought for that value. If Basket Mouth have come here, everybody will be shouting. Yeah, I have to package myself to get to that point too. So at the phase you are now, you have to keep building your market. As you are building it, you don't need to be motivated. Motivate yourself, my sister. Just keep going. It will get to a point, they will look for you. And that's the point where you can sell it.
Thank you very much.
So I've answered all the audience. Is now.
The relationship, how do you build? How do you
relationship.
nurture?
I'm married. Is it relationship? What relationship? Oh, sorry, I didn't hear.
Social capital, social network.
Yes. So, for me, it's just because we have a lot of people who have wealth of wisdom we need to listen to. Maybe next time we can have a proper interaction. The major secret of the job I do, I'm saying I because I don't know your own, I don't know their own, of the job I do is relationship. I said, I kid you not. I have a guy who is very good. If I call his name, you will know him. But everybody around him have problem with him. He's owning taxi, he's owning hotel, he's owning this. The guy's career crashed. He was one guy I looked up to when I came to this city. He can make 2 million in a weekend doing this same job I'm doing. And I'm here shouting all of you since morning, I never make any money. That guy is a mobile money. I was wishing I could be like him. How he came from that to asking me for 5K is he destroyed every relationship around him. Human capital is very key. Everybody sitting here, if I have a good relationship with all of you, I don't know that person, I can from here become the best. If everybody here decide, make up their mind now that it is Chooks or nobody for your event, I'm already rich. That's what it is. And the more people who believe in what I do and love what I do, the more my value can rise. So in all you do, never ever destroy relationship. I keep it bit by bit. I now do kickback. I can visit people, I can check out. It's a serious, especially in Abuja, it's a serious market. Anybody can call you tomorrow for something. How was one of my friends, became essay to vice president, vice president now, by just somebody saw him doing something and recommended him, lost relationship. So for me, it is the person asked that question, got the only password, I wouldn't have told you if they didn't ask that question. My biggest secret now, as I'm standing here, all this, is that they were reading there. My biggest secret now is relationship, is human capital. I've seen a woman where they were placing me and somebody on the table. In my judgment, as I said, I'm good, but that person would have had a more ovation. The person is a Lagos, you know these big comedians, you know them now. I don't call the person's name. If they bring that guy, even me, I'll prefer that guy. But the woman loves me so much personally. She bet herself that it will be Chooks. This PVC concert, oh yeah, you should see it happening next week. We know what if Chooks is not part of it. You are comparing me with one guy. When they even told me, I'm like, they would have chosen the other guy. Seriously, I was that. But the woman, he said, Chooks is my son. She took it personal. So people have to take you personal. The more people take you personal, take your business personal, the faster you are growing on this journey of life, and the closer you will get there. Final question.
Innovative. How do you get creative, innovatively?
So that's the final question for me, yeah. Creativity is in three phases. First is that it can be follow-come. So, sorry, I'm using, what that means, I'm sure you know what it means. Yeah. Nobody should not package. What's it saying? I'm saying follow-come, you know it. Don't do as if I'm the one that did not go to school. Creativity can be inbuilt, can be a natural occurring factor. But I never can rule out the aspect of inspiration for creativity. You can be inspired to create something. So I'll zero it down to my field. Of course, we create jokes, we create content, we create things we have to talk about, things we have to do for events. I'm deliberately very observant about my environment. So I can create something that can appeal to you and something that you can buy. So creativity is both talent, can be natural. Second, it can be by deliberate observation. For example, if you are here and you're like a cake designer and you want to make cake for Independence Day, you don't have to be told that it has to be green, white, green. You know, you have to want to make cake for Democracy Day. You can put MK Abiola's face there. Just something you do by observing. You have to be deliberately very observant for you to understand the principle of creativity. So we take it in two things. We can say first, you can be talentedly creative. So that one is inborn. It comes quickly. I was just sitting here and I heard that adulthood ask. I'm like, oh yeah, I think I should talk about this. I just said what I was going to talk about as I was sitting here. When I heard that song, that, oh boy, this adulthood don't catch up with all of us. And if you don't hold your life by the head, you will just lose it. So it can happen naturally. Secondly is that you can be by serious observation of the environment you find yourself. I think that's the questions I have. And that's all here. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A round of applause. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
let's put our hands together for Chooks, the general. Thank you so much. Now, I just wanted to say something, right? Some few days ago, I was speaking somewhere and I told them that your money is in the pocket of everyone that you have ever met and will ever meet. Are we together? I said, your money is in the pocket of everyone you have ever met and you will ever meet. Just talking about relationship. So how you culture, listen, knowledge will open the door for you. How you manage the relationship will give you a seat in the room. Are we together? So I just wanted to stress what he said. I want to challenge us. Manage relationship well. Learn how to talk. Learn how to communicate. If there's anything you want to live here with that key. I was speaking to the workforce, the great guys who has made this possible. And I said to them, back then we usually have keys, to every door in the house. And then our mothers, we pack all these keys and put them in a wardrobe, right? And then there's this door that probably they misplaced the key, and then they call me, Kule, go and get the keys to the whole doors in this house. And then they bring the keys, they drop them on the floor, and then we keep trying to open the door, right? We try the first one, we drop the key. Try the second one, until we get the key. To everything in life, there's a key. To everything you are struggling with, there's a key. And if there's anything we will leave here with tonight, or this afternoon rather, is the keys to open the right doors. So the key that would open her own door is different from the one that would open hers and his and all that. And that's why you need to pay attention. That's why you need to pay attention. My message tonight, this afternoon later, is going to be a message of hope. That's all I'm going to talk about in the next few minutes when I come up. Just talk about hope. I had the paper presentation, I had a lot of things. How I moved from a young boy sleeping in Jabi Park, who had to walk from Wuse Zone 4 to Tako to walk, who had to walk from Jabi to Durumi to go and eat rice and beans because I had nowhere to eat and all that. And the story changed, not because of motivation but because daily, every day I keep applying this principle. He talked about relationship, right? It's not just having a relationship, but serving your way into the right relationship. Serving your way. Serving your way. He talked about the young man he called up to come and the guy wasn't prepared for it. He was asking for platform, but he hasn't spent his time to have access to the keys that would open other doors for him. Serve your way to. There was a guy who came to me and told me some few years ago, I want you to mentor me. Privileged to mentor a lot of people across nations. And then he said, I want you to mentor me, blah, 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 and all that. And I told him, that's fine. Let's see how it goes. I don't accept mentorship. I just tell you, let's see how it goes. Because I know somewhere along the line, question, your desire will be tested. I'll test it. And then one day he just sent me a message, sir, I want to let you know that I don't think I would be your protege anymore. Then I asked him why. He said, I've been making posts. You don't like them. I have a blog. You don't make comments. The generation at which we are in right now. Thank you so much. We're going to bring up the next speaker.
Yes, please. A round of applause. Thank you for that addition, KJK. So I want to announce again that this event is being streamed live, and you can share the link. It's going to come up on the screen. Your friends and family and work colleagues can also be a part of this event, either on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook, or YouTube. You actually, when you have a comment said by the speaker, you can capture that phrase, that statement, that word, and just post it. We have our hashtags also. Kindly focus on the screen. You will get the information you need to spread this message.
Okay, so just before we play the next video. Okay, it's different. Okay, this presidential mic is different. Okay, you can hear me, yeah? Yeah, just before we play the next video, just when you said something. So, I'm from Ikanot local government area of Delta State. I was born and brought up in Delta State. My first school was in Enugu. From Enugu, I went to school in Nassau State University, all by myself. So when I came to the north, I don't know one person. I just forgot to say that. When I came to northern Nigeria, I don't know one person. And my name is Chuk, so Chuk is already Igbo. So anybody I confirm that this guy is a Delta, is an Igbo guy. So there's the Onyibo that was happening to me. So from that coming to Delta with one bag to the northern part of this country, I was telling my friends today that if for any reason we have to pack back to Delta, no car can carry my load. No plane can even carry my load. But I came here originally with one bag. When I walked to my school in Kefi, I met a guy like, good afternoon, sir. Sorry, I just came. Can I sleep in your room until I look for a house? I didn't know one person. Like it was a random guy, a northern guy. That's why I love northern guys very well. I don't think they're bad people. I walked a random northern guy. Left his room for 2 days until I saw a room and I rented. I started sleeping there. That's how I came into this town. That's how from Kefi I moved to this place, not knowing anybody. But today I know all of you. Right? So I need to say that. Thank you.
Dr. Samia Oyekan Ahmed is a medical doctor turned lifestyle entrepreneur. Her entrepreneurial spirit kicked in when she was 19 and studying to be a doctor, and immediately began running a mini gift shop. Today, Samia runs a well-known fusion lifestyle, a shopping event in Abuja FCT and Lagos State, Nigeria. She's also the founder of The Gift Source, which is a one-stop gift resource company, the Pop Kids Gifts and the Salam Gifts Company. Samia is a part-time business coach with over 200 clients under her belt. She is a fiction author with 2 published books. Samia is a role model and inspiration to many business owners. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, please give a real platform welcome to Samia Oyekan Ahmed.
Good morning, everyone. All I can say is that it's a setup to put me after Chooks. So I don't have jokes, so you might not laugh, but I will try and make sense. My sisters are here, so I'll try not to disgrace all the female entrepreneurs in Abuja. My name is Dr. Samia Oyekan Ahmed, as introduced, but I like to say that I'm now a doctor of bows. So I'm a trained and licensed medical doctor, but I'm now a full-time entrepreneur. And that's where I'm going to start my talk from. Imagine you, a daughter of 2 well-known medical doctors who has been nicely groomed to toe the line, deciding that, no, I'm not going to practice medicine. Can you imagine? Typical Naija family. It wasn't funny. When I was 19 in medical school, I think the first class of gross anatomy. Gross anatomy is when they bring out the cadavers. Cadavers are dead bodies that have been embalmed. The moment they brought out the first cadaver, I was like, yep, wrong place, Sam. This is not where you want to be. But I powered through, and I became a really good doctor. I got really good, feedback from my superiors, from patients. I was a good doctor, so it wasn't like I was slacking. But throughout my medical school, I was also an entrepreneur. At 19, I realized that I was in school with pretty boring people, EFICOs. We started as a class of, I think, 300 and something pre-med, and only about 49 of us crossed over. Me, I winged it, I passed, but there were serious EFICOs in my class, so they were all about books. People that if there was a holiday, they would stay in school and read, and I was going home every weekend. I just didn't get it. So I realized that, these people would not know some things that I know. They wouldn't have all these cute things that I like to have. So I started to go to Ikwanri markets in Lagos at the weekends, and I would buy cute stationery and cute key rings and go and sell to my colleagues in medical school. That was how my journey into entrepreneurship started. And what it did for me, starting at 19 with no responsibility, because my dad and my mom were taking full care of me. What it did for me at 19 was, first of all, it made me love money. The financial independence was nice. I remember one time I was going to school and my dad had to call me from the balcony, Samia, you didn't get your allowance. And I'm like, oh, because I had money of my own. But the financial independence, even at 19, was really nice. But it also, what it did for me that I appreciate the most was it did away with business fear. That was 19, I'm 40 now. So in the past 21 years, I think I must have founded about 12 or more companies. And now I'm settled on 4. Oh, no, not all of them are successful, calm down. I've settled on 4. But what it is that I'm never, ever afraid to start. When you start early, because when you're young, what are you using your money for? I used to pack all my money, go on holiday, and go and spend it, come back and do it all over again. But it did away with my business fear. There's nothing that scares me about business now, because the worst case scenario is you will lose money. And I'm going to quickly talk on something that Chooks and Mr. Kunle talked about as well, is that when you're growing in business, you realize that money is good, but money is pretty much the least significant thing. Because money will come and go, regardless of how they tell you, be good with your money is fluid. It's just built to flow. But social currency is why I'm here today. I've never met him. Somebody recommended me to him. Many of you don't know who I am, but I'm here. After today, you know that there's one Smolly that they put on the stage that was a doctor and now became a doctor of bows. It's social currency, and I know that my sisters will tell you the same thing when they step on stage. It's how you treat the people that you meet that will get you where you want to get. It's as simple as that. The doors will open. They might open on your merit, but like you said, if you want a seat at the table, if you want to be taken seriously, you have to leverage on social currency. So when I teach, because I do teach as well, when I teach and people, little questions like, oh, Sam, do I have to show my face when I'm running my business? Do people have to know that I'm the one behind this business? I'm like, well, for someone like me, it'll be stupid not to. Because half of my businesses are supported by people that just like Samia. But what that means is that you also have to come correct, because when they like you and that makes them curious about what you're doing, you have to make it worth their while. So it's not enough to say you have social currency and people like you. Like is not going to sustain you. Chooks, did you not tell them that one? If they like you and they call you to come and perform, or they give you a chance and you mess up, many people don't get second chances. So you have to make sure that you're also qualitative. So first thing I was going to talk about was doing away with business fear. And doing away with business fear for me was just recognizing opportunities. And every single one of my businesses and every single thing that I do has stemmed from just recognizing gaps in specific markets. In fact, that's the first thing in my bio. Samia feels gaps in specific markets. And there are many people here that are probably still in university and are waiting for that big break. Oh, when I hammer, or oh, when I become this, or when I become that. No, you don't wait. You don't wait. You have to pay attention. You have to look around you and realize what is missing. What do people need? Everything that people complain about is a business opportunity. The other day in my estate, we ran out of diesel in the middle of the night. And apparently there's a company that supplies diesel 24 hours. I didn't know that. Somebody just realized, yes, people will run out of diesel in the middle of the night. I'm going to make myself available for that service. So everything that people complain about, oh, Nigeria is this, oh, this school is that, oh, this person is this, is a likely business opportunity. And that's just what I leveraged on. I grew up in Lagos, born and bred. I'm a full Omo Eko. And just like Chooks, when I came here, I knew nobody but my in-laws that I was just getting to know. I was coming from a city where my parents were both very popular medical doctors. So I'd always live sort of in their shadow. And when I was coming here, I said to myself, who are you, Samia? Who are you? I had to truly, truly discover myself. And I remember at my wedding reception, when I was walking off, because my family, they would take you to a different room to pray for you before you head off with your in-laws. One of my cousins grabbed my hands and she said to me, oh, Samia, so you're really, really just going to go away and go to Abuja like that? And I turned back and I said, oh, don't worry, Irene, inshallah, you'll hear only good things about me. She reminded me of that conversation just 2 months ago. She said, we really are hearing good things about you. Because I was determined. I didn't know how. I didn't know what, roles I would play, but I knew that I wanted to, for the first time in my life, be Samia Oyeko Ahmed. I didn't want to be Dr. Oyeko's daughter or Jabzi's sister or this person's person. I wanted to be myself. So I started to do something that, honestly, I harp on a lot, and I hope that this is what I hope all of you take away from here. Because it's nice to say discover yourself. It's nice to say develop yourself. But if you don't know yourself, what are you discovering? I sit with 40, 50-year-old women, because I do one-on-one business consultancies, and they haven't discovered themselves. They don't know who they are. So if I asked you, if I pointed at someone now and I said, describe yourself, you're going to either use your business or your course or something. You're going to associate yourself with something. My name is so-and-so, I'm the founder of so-and-so, I'm the daughter of so-and-so. Hardly a few people can describe themselves by themselves. So I started to do something that I call a self-analysis. And I really, really, really got to know myself. To the point that now there's nothing about me you want to tell me. I'll tell you I know. Good, bad, ugly. I'll tell you I know. It's either I'm working on it, I've perfected it, but I know. And it's pretty easy. It's just really knowing yourself to the point that you know your strengths and your weaknesses. And when you know your strengths and your weaknesses, you know where you can key into. So when I sit down with people and I say, oh, what are you good at? And someone says, oh, I'm an amazing chocolate cake baker. Like everybody that has my chocolate cake is like, it's amazing. And my friends and my family are telling me to make a business of it. And I'm like, okay, but do you know that baking chocolate cakes for your friends and family every other weekend is different from running a business baking chocolate cakes? And the lady that I sat with after this conversation, we came to the conclusion that she was too lazy to run a cake baking business. Because I'm like, you as a person, do you see yourself standing on your feet day after day, mixing, putting in the oven, baking, delivery, logistics? She's like, no, that's not for me. But she hadn't factored that in. All she knew was that she had the talent. Like Chuk said, she recognized the talent in herself. She was willing to develop it, but it wasn't for her. So sometimes businesses don't work out because they're not right fits for our personalities. So if you don't know yourself enough to know that, look, I can't lie, I'm lazy. Or I can't lie, I procrastinate. You will not succeed at the things that other people will succeed at. You now say it's village people. Or you say, that one, she has a sponsor, like they like to see. But not to digress too much, I was talking about, opportunity. A lot of the things that you want to do in life, and Aisha and I were talking about this as well, opportunities will present themselves. It's left for you to grasp it or not. All of my businesses have been, I'm just going to do that. And they grew and grew. My first book, I've been writing since I was probably 8 years old. My first published book was just me picking up my laptop and just typing a few words. And I have 2 books now. You don't wait till things are perfect. You don't wait till everything is in place. You do. You do. Period. They say just start. Literally just start. Do something and act to it and act to it. The more steps you take forward, the more difficult it is to run back. But if you haven't even moved, if someone gives you a word of discouragement, it's going to be easy just like, I'm going to leave this. But if you've gone like 10 steps forward, it's hard for you to run back. You're going to look back and like, no, I don't want to be there. So grab opportunities. Look around you. Find what is missing. I started Fusion, which is my longest standing company, like proper registered company in 2009. No, there's nothing you want to tell me. I'm a woman, I just got married. My son was exactly 3 months old on the first Fusion day. I planned Fusion heavily pregnant. He was in his car seat at Fusion. I used to go for meetings with my daughter. I remember one time I went to seek sponsorship for Abuja Young Entrepreneur Awards. And I was with this VVVIP, and I had to send a message saying, look, I don't have a nanny now. I'm going to have to come with my daughter. It's like, I'm a father to bring her. She poured Cheerios all over him. So there's nothing you want to come and tell me about. I'm a young wife, I'm a young mom. I'm going to tell you, Anso. Young wife, young mom. Being led on that. That's the difference a lot of times. It's that some people grab and some people wait to be given. There are people that have bigger opportunities than many of us have. Big, opportunities. And you're like, chai, if it was me. If it was me. But it's a lie. If it was you too, you'll mess up just as bad, if not worse. So when I came to Abuja, after I was like, you know what, I want to do something by myself. The plan had been, you're still going with this farce of a medical career. But God had planned my life. Otherwise, I couldn't get into the hospital that I wanted to do my residency program in. And because I had been entrepreneurial right from medical school, I was like, I'm not going to sit down and twiddle my thumbs. I'm going to find something to do. And I looked. I remember then I used to tell my husband, now for you people in this Abuja, it's also Sedi Plaza. What do you people do for fun? What do you guys do? Like, where do you go? So I was like, you know what, I'm going to do something that brings people out. And honestly, shout out to people like Ogwa. Ogwa was my first sign up for the first ever Fusion Life. Please give her a round of applause. For the first ever Fusion Lifestyle event. This is social currency that we're talking about. These are people that we've been riding for years. There's never been any, that's Samia Sef. You know we women now, that Ogwa Sef. We're constantly giving each other tips, meeting up, talking, Sam, this thing, in fact, Ogwa is now pushing, one kind of pushing that she's pushing me. I can see it. Dreaming dreams on my behalf. That's what you do. That's what you do. See all this catty competition that people, we don't have time for that. Because all of us, we know what we want to be. We don't have time to be saying, this person did this or that person did that. No. It's Sam, I beg. How are you dealing with this economy now? Let's meet up for lunch. Let's talk. That's how we roll. So I started the first Fusion lifestyle event, and I remember my dad called me, and he was livid. And it was interesting because when they were introducing me, the person that said Fusion said Fusion. Because till my dad passed on, he refused to pronounce Fusion properly. And he'll say, Madam, Fusion. I'm like, Dad, it's not Fusion, it's Fusion. And he was livid. It's like, this thing is going to distract you from medicine. I know what you're doing. I'm like, no, Daddy, I'm still doing my CMEs. I still did one with John Hopkins. And I was still trying to please my parents. Still trying to please my parents. And my mom called me after the first Fusion. She's like, so how much money did you make? Who wants to guess how much I made? Just guess, ballpark figure. Minus 367,000. Negative. My mom said, you've now taken all your savings and wasted it. You will now go and become a dependent wife. I said, Mommy, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I made all that money back the second Fusion, and this is going to be, in December, it's going to be 13 years that we've been doing this. And 13 years, we're still sold out, we're still relevant, we're still growing. So it's not 13 years of just holding on past glory, no. It's 13 years of innovation and growth and social currency. So when I built my credibility, oh my God, my time is up. Okay, when I built my credibility with Fusion, it was easy for me to start other things because people kind of knew if it's Samia, it will be qualitative. And I always tell this story, and nobody believes me because they'll say, where did you get the capital to start GiveSource? And I always say, I started GiveSource with 0 naira. Nothing is what I started GiveSource with. I started with social currency and my credibility. Somebody just came to me and said, I have a wedding, I need souvenirs. It was the deposit that she gave me that I used to buy the first group of, stock of goods, took my profit, and obviously the money has come and gone many times after that. But if you know what I mean is, you don't have to have everything perfect before you can start. Take that away from me today. I have 4 businesses of varying timeline and varying successes. And I'm not going to stand there and tell you, oh, it's all been rosy, or all my businesses are very successful. No, we have very successful days, and we have days where we suck. But we keep moving. We keep innovating. Just this year, I converted one of my physical stores to a virtual store because it just didn't make sense paying rent when 90% of our clients from our data were online clients. So we built a web store instead. So you will strategize, you will re-strategize, you will learn, you will unlearn, you will grow, you will make mistakes, you will make loads of money, you will lose loads of money, but you keep moving and moving. So 3 things I'm leaving you with. First is, what? Don't be afraid. Start. I was saying to my husband yesterday, I said, you know these old money people, we are going to be the old money for our children. We have to be the old money for our children. But you're not going to wait till everything is perfect. You use what you have now to start building. You form partnerships and collaborations, and you start building. So do away with fear. That's the first thing. Do away with fear. The second thing is seize opportunities. Look around you, there's always an opportunity. But as Chuk said, and I always say, a great idea is not a successful business. You have to add other things to the recipe to make it a successful business. So develop that idea, develop that plan, and then push it out. And the third thing, again, like I'm going to hammer on like Chuk said, was social currency. You never grow too big to be rude and dismissive of people. Humble yourself, your shoulder pad, keep it down. It's always better to be unassuming and prove yourself than to be loud and braggadly. It doesn't serve you in any way. Let your work speak for you. I remember someone said to me one time, she was introducing herself, she said, I can't believe you don't know me. I'm like, don't vex. I remember that day I came and I put on social media, I said, there's no popular you want to popular in this life that you have the rights to use those words. You really don't know me? No. Not everybody will know you. Not everybody will appreciate you. Just do what you have to do. So I won't be here for the panel as well, so I'm hoping that maybe we can take some quick questions. Thank you, that's my talk.
Thank you very much, amazing Dr. Samia. I want to, at this point, before we ask the questions that we have, and mind you, we're just asking questions because she also will not be around. When other speakers have their own session, we'll have a proper panel session for them. Thank you. So to everyone listening and watching from around the world, I think it's important for us to know something. Since 2018, the Center for Real Impact has been crawling through financial pathway to make this happen. This is the 5th conference, and it might shock you that everything you see here is funded from out of the pocket of the founder, the pocket of leaders, the pocket of people like you seated here. This is our 5th conference. It's not been easy, yet we are not stopping. Even though during one of our sessions, our international director said, if we're not going to get money to do this, we're not doing it again. So I want to use this opportunity to make a call out. If you're here, you love what you're seeing, you love what you're experiencing, and you think it's going to be beneficial, if you have ever benefited anything from here, and you are an inroad to a financial money resource, to some resource that would help expand this, because we have a dream of taking it beyond Nigeria. We want to reach out to African nations. I have friends who have said that they wish they could have this in their own country. We want to be able to do that for the African person. So if you have what it takes to take us there financially, now is the time for you to work up to any. You can see, if you don't find it on the screen, we're going to have it on the screen. But if you don't find it on the screen, just look for anyone in blue, just like I'm dressed, and has this signature scarf around my neck, and then tell them that you want to be able to make significant financial contribution in any way, either by introducing us to any of your network, organization, and trust me, we have enough resource. We've done enough work with our programs to be able to convince anybody that this is successful and it will solve problems, not just for Nigeria, but for Africa. Thank you. So we have questions for you. Thank you for that excellent and very personal delivery, sharing your stories. So you highlighted 3 very significant messages, and some of the questions that we already had, I think people did some research on you, kinds of tie on that. So how were you able, you talked a lot about your family and what their expectations were, and being a female entrepreneur, there are definitely social barriers and bias and all that, and they expect that females don't like themselves. There's that language that women don't like themselves, and I'm glad you're sharing something you shared mainly with your female friends. So as a female entrepreneur, how were you and are you able to break those cultural social bias, and how were you able to navigate family expectations to get to where you are today?
Okay, so first of all, I grew up as an only daughter in a family of 6. So I have 3 brothers. And, thankfully, I was never raised to see my gender as a disadvantage. My father, I can't remember at any point in my life where it was, oh, you're a girl, do this, or these are the boys, do this. I was climbing trees with the boys. I was pretty much doing everything. So I can't really relate with the whole gender bias thing. But culturally, I'm a Yoruba person married to a man who's half Hausa and half Ibera. And I remember when I moved to the north, my husband grew up in Lagos, so it's not like a typical northerner. But when I moved to Abuja and I started Fusion, in the beginning stages of Fusion, we had a lot of media. There was a lot of publicity. I was always in one newspaper or on one website. And I know that there were a lot of people that had a problem with that. Oh, you're a Muslim woman, or you're this. And I remember that my husband used to stand up for me. Every time someone said, oh, I saw your wife in another newspaper article, it would be like, if you look closely, I'm pretty sure I was behind her. So I think that it's all very personal. This thing, but I think that it's a barrier that needs to be broken. I'm a Muslim woman, and that's my creed. That's the first thing that defines who I am. So everything that I do must always portray Islam in a particular light. So I always make sure that even if I'm out there, even if I'm doing things, I'm representing my faith, my family very well. And I think that if we do that, maybe people will begin to, you know.
All right, thank you. Please a round of applause for that response. Thank you. So 2 more questions. Maybe I should give a room for just one person. If you have a question, just come forward. Because we don't want questions, birthing questions. Just one person, please come. So
And before the next person comes, I'm just going to say something that with my parents, I know that for a long time my dad was a bit disappointed that I'd left the medical field, but I'll share a story of how he became convinced. The first fusion event we had in Lagos was at the very prestigious Eko Hotel. And at this time, my dad was still not having it. So I had to go back home. I stayed at home and went for the event from home. So my dad happened to be around VI, where the venue was situated when the event was taking place. So he just decided to pop in, just to see what was going on. And he literally stayed at the doors for over 2 hours, introducing himself to everybody as, "Hello, I'm Samia's daddy." "Oh, are you here for fusion?" "Oh, I'm Samia's daddy." And then he came that night. I remember my dad came home and he said, "I didn't know this was what it was. I didn't know." I said, "But you didn't ask." So at that point, I'd proven myself to him. And now, before he passed, he was the one that would call me and say, "You know, I have this friend's daughter that has just relocated. Maybe you can give her some tips on entrepreneurship." I'm like, "Okay, not on medicine." So sometimes you just have to fight a little harder to prove yourself. Because if I had failed, I think that was one of my strongest motivating factors as well. I knew that I could not fail. I could not go back with my tail between my legs and say, "Daddy, please give me money." No, I had to prove myself. So sometimes things that limit you actually propel you as well.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I like your outfit, first of all. And seeing you on the stage like this is actually an inspiration to me because it's a dream for me. Thank you. So my question is, how are you, and do you have any challenges transition from medical career to business career? I'm asking this question because I'm a vet doctor, and after my service, I decided not to go into it, and I started something, and everybody was kind of looking at me like I'm in the wrong way. Like, I spent 6 years in school, not even trying to practice for once, and I was like, I didn't want to do this, but it's kind of challenging. Do you have any challenges transition from medical career to business career, and please, how do you overcome it? Thank you.
I think for me, my transition was pretty smooth because remember that I said I was already doing this in medical school. So it was more of like a continuation for me. But what I will tell you is that every single place that you pass through in life has a reason. Nothing is wasted. So when people say you wasted 6 years, I did 8 years. When people say you wasted 8 years, I'm like, no, the things I learned in medical school helped me till this. The attention to detail that I put in my work, the ability to work without hours, without much sleep, all of those things I gained from medical school. So pick the things that you gained when you were in veterinary school and apply them to your life. Don't let anybody make you feel like you wasted anything. Find your way. My journey is different from your journey. I started really early, like I said. So I can't tell you, oh, I now have to start learning business. Oh, I now have to, and I'm a naturally bold person. You might not be. So again, self-analysis, know yourself, know your weaknesses, know your strengths. Add everything together and push through. Know where you want to get to and push through.
Talk about someone pushing through. She actually came all the way from Oyo State.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. So so what's your, I think it's just about the last question, what's your most outstanding quality as an entrepreneur? And what would you charge us with?
My most outstanding quality?
Yes.
I think that I'm just a natural go-getter. I will go for it, period. I think that's it for me. Like I said, I don't have any business fear. I will try something. I'm not afraid of failure. Do you know how many times I've failed? Failure and we have an understanding. You can come, but you can't stay too long. We have an understanding. I have started businesses. I have packed them up. So for me, it's just, I want to do this. I've prayed about this. It makes sense to me. I've gained knowledge. I'm going to do it, period. So So I think that my strongest quality as an entrepreneur that limits a lot of people because they're afraid of what people will say, they're afraid of it is, I'm a go-getter, I will do it.
Amazing. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Samia, for that excellent delivery. Media.
Philip Ojiri is a Syrian entrepreneur, a certified digital marketing instructor, and 3D fashion instructor. He is the Chief Creative Director and Chief Operating Officer of Shirt Freak, a fast-growing fashion retail company in Lagos, Nigeria. Philip is also the co-founder of Nagon Technologies. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, please give a real platform welcome to Philip Ojiri as he takes the podium.
Good day, everyone. I'll start with, I ventured into fashion and tech by accident. It was not in my career plan at all. I started fashion when, after we had our pre-wedding pictures, and everybody thought my shirt was great because I actually made them. Now, the truth is, till today, I don't know how to sew and I don't know how to measure at all. The only things I know how to do is to design a product and to market, digital marketing. So I capitalized on my strengths and I'll outsource the rest because I feel like it would be too much for me to do all. I'm not discouraging anybody like you want to design, you want to sew, you want to know. I'm not discouraging you, but it's more easier for you when you can capitalize on your strength and outsource the rest. I also ventured into tech by accident. I had a neighbor, he came in from South Africa, he was starting a phone company and he didn't know how to start. I designed the phones, an Android phone. I designed the Android phone and we came into partnership and that's how we started. And the business failed. Let me tell you why the business failed. It failed because after we sold our first 25,000 pieces on Konga, we wanted to reproduce again. The manufacturers told us that they couldn't find the firmware. It was crazy. Then it was that time the new government just came in. USD skyrocketed to about $500 per naira, and you couldn't send forex from here to anywhere. So it was crazy. We now got one Aboki man that helps us to change dollar. He now said, okay, why don't you guys just invest this money with me as a local bureau de change and I'll be giving you guys profit. Thought it was a wise investment. Till today we got nothing. Seriously, we got nothing. The guy is in prison, not for our own case, for someone else's case. And we have a waiting list. So if he comes out tomorrow, we still have like 3 people. So we lost all our money. Crazy millions, we lost all. So I started another tech business. It was an app, Fixam. I wanted to help people fix their vehicles, gather mechanics, auto electricians, vulcanizers, and all that. I did it with a solo developer from India. As we were about launching, the guy said, okay, I employed him as as one of us. So he now said, let him go for a 1-week break. And that was how that company died. What happened is that he actually lost his life. He went to swim. So I lost everything again. And my wife was telling me we should buy a house with that money. And I did not hear her. So I lost that money again. And it was crazy for me. I was only happy because I did not take investors' money, what would I have told them? I ventured into tech again during the pandemic after I've started Shirt Freak. Now, Shirt Freak started like a joke. Like I said, I don't know how to sew, I don't know how to measure, but I just wanted to make shirts that were different. I just wanted, because I felt like this kind of shirts I'm wearing is regular, so you can get it from anywhere. But I just wanted to make shirts that wow people. And I started designing shirts, and people thought it was great. The day we launched, 7th of February 2017, I made 40 shirts, and I gave myself 1 month to sell those shirts. The day we launched Shirt Freak, from my sitting room, we sold those 40 shirts in less than 2 hours. And I was like, wow. Now, it was good for me and it was bad. It was bad because the next week was Valentine and everybody wanted my shirts to gift someone. And we had over 200 and something orders. And I started with 2 tailors who were couples. And I could remember sleeping in their house for some time. And at the end of the day, just to try to deliver those customers shirts. So it was good, it was rosy. Shirt Freak has failed. That's what so many people don't know. We failed so many times and people don't know. Let me give you an example. So after we did our first collection, the second collection, I released it maybe 3 or 4 weeks later. I didn't understand the market. I don't know anything about fashion. The second collection failed. It failed because we didn't plan. It failed because we didn't understand our audience. It failed because we just felt like the whole world has bought that particular collection, and we had not even sold up to 500 people. So we are just in a rush. People were asking, when will you bring the next collection? The people that were asking, when we brought that next collection, guess their response? It's just there. It's just there. And I had to go back to so that collection, we produced 1,000 pieces. It did not sell till today. So I still have 1,000 of those products that did not sell till today. So I had to go back to my drawing board and ask myself, who are my customers? How much can they afford and what do they like? After I understood that, every week when we started Shirt Week, we were releasing collections, I think 1 or 2 in a year. Now we release products every Monday. So it's been lots of work from the background. Now, one thing about Shirt Freak is it's a planning company. So we don't just wake up and do something tomorrow. Everything we are supposed to do this year have been planned and produced. So there is no, we have designs so far that I think that could carry us for the next 7 years. So even if I'm not there, anybody that will take over has access to files that this is what we'll release for the next 7 years. We know fashion trend changes. So what we just did that we just tweak it to what would be trending for that season. So it becomes very, very easy for us because all those plans are there. So if you ask any of our staffs what we'll be releasing on Monday, they can tell you what we'll be releasing on Monday. Because we had planned for it. So we moved from not knowing the business to understanding the business. And trust me, it did not come, see, you don't need to know 100% of every business before you start. The process will teach you. Because I failed a lot. I was gambling with my money. I started Shirt Week from my sitting room. We operated 3 years from my sitting room. We had a staff that resumes on our dining table every morning and closes by 5. Then from 5, I'll take over till the next morning. We run till today, we run a 24-hour customer service, Monday to Sunday. And people ask me why. I tell them because customers don't sleep. Why should I sleep? Let me even shock you guys. Most nights we make more money than even the daytime. So that's when I understood that there is a serious buying habit at night. So since then, so people ask us, how do you run 24 hours customer service? All I just did was to break them down. There are people that work in the morning so that nobody gets burnt out. There are people that work in the evenings. And we have staffs that work only for Sundays. So it helps us have that chain. So everybody knows their responsibility. Everybody knows what they need to do. And when we started, I worked as a customer service, the accountant, the dispatcher, the customer experience, and people don't. And when you, the beautiful thing is that when you call, I changed I had a customer service name. Yes. So if you had bought if you had bought ShedFreak 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and I said this is Joel, customer care representative for ShedFreak, that was me. Now, if there's an issue, I'll say, okay, let me forward it to the customer experience. Customer experience will call you another day. Hi, this is Emmanuel, customer experience from ShedFreak. It was all me. So many people didn't understand this. We didn't have the fund to employ everybody. So I know nothing about accounts. I just had to start downloading free account software to do my bookkeeping very well. So we moved from 0 customer base to, I think in the next, if everybody buys here now, I'll hit 100,000 customer base. By God's grace. Sure, you guys will buy now. So we moved from, and you know, each customer buys minimum of 1. Yeah, so our customer base will hit about 100,000 if by God's grace almost everybody buys here. We are just few numbers. So people ask me, how do you, so okay, there was a time also, someone bought our shirts because I follow up on social media, and she bought pant trousers from another person, bought shoes from another person, and tagged us. And I just saw shirt from ShedFreak, pants from so and so person, shoes from. So I asked myself, why can't I supply all these persons? Yeah. So I woke up one day, I said, I want to do Pant Freak. Yeah. So Pant Freak failed at the beginning. And the first customer that bought, her response was, you would have just stick to your shirts. So I felt bad. Also, those products I produced, they are still there. No, not up to 1,000 this time. This time I was smart, I did only 50. They are still there. In short, the factory we used, most of the fabrics are still even there. I woke up again and said, this thing cannot fail, because I believe that everything that is committed into my hands cannot die. So I did it again. Right now, Pant Freak is competing with ShedFreak. In short, most times we even sell more of pants than shirts. I woke up again and said I want to do Shoe Freak. I woke up again and said I want to do Suit Freak. This is Suit Freak. I woke up again and said I'm doing Brief Freak. I woke up and said I'm doing Beauty Freak. Everything. I woke up one day and realized that every product a human being uses, there's a market for it. So I woke up one day and I told my wife that I'm doing everything a human being wears. And it has been working for me. It has skyrocketed my revenue. Like what we did for 3 years, I did it in 2021. My whole revenue. Because of tax people, I don't want to call numbers. So that was when I paid taxes, but you know now. I have grown from not knowing the business to understanding the business, and I'm still trying to learn the business more, because fashion is a big business. Tech is a big. Now going into tech, my time is almost up. The pandemic time, I was checking my books. I now realized that Shopify was charging me excess money in transaction fees. It was like I was paying like $5,000 to $10,000 in transaction fees from Shopify. So I woke up one day and said, if I'm paying this, that means 1,000 Nigerians are paying the same. So I woke up one day and said I wanted to build my own SaaS software where I would not charge transaction fee. I only collect the normal subscription fee. And today we have close to 8,000 users. I didn't know anything about tech. I didn't know anything about SaaS software. All I just needed to do was I called someone that knew someone that knew someone that knew another someone, and we put the whole team together. We've never seen each other. We've been doing that for 2 years now. We've not seen each other before, just virtually. They are not even in Nigeria. I'm the only one in Nigeria running the business virtually, and we have over 8,000 users, and the revenue has been crazy. We're about raising crazy funds again and all that. So this whole thing, the essence of telling you guys this story is you don't need to have it all, you don't need to know it all. The experience will teach you all the process, and you learn from it. And every time you fail, try to fail forward. And planning is key. I plan a lot. Like, I know all my itineraries I'm supposed to do in Abuja before I came, so I must achieve them. So when you plan, it makes it easier for you. And I make sure that I finish today's tasks, because I had no great opportunities to come tomorrow. So I don't need to cloud myself with so much or procrastination that would now make tomorrow look so heavy for me. So I wake up the next day light, waiting for the next opportunities. So thank you very much. This is my story. This is my song. Thank you.
Before you go, please. Okay, so there's something we would like to show you, but before then, I would like to find out if you would want to take your questions or wait till the panel session.
Maybe I should wait so that.
Okay, so media, we ready? So I think Ogo would like to say something at this point. While he was speaking, she called my attention and said, I never met him, but we did a business transaction many years ago, so I'll let her speak.
Hello.
Oh, why?
Hello, everyone. I'm waiting for the picture. So, like she said, I've never met him. My boys are going to kill me for this. These are my sons. But I ordered these shirts from Shirt Free. They are much older now. And when they introduced it, I was like, oh my God, this is the guy that made these shirts. And I absolutely love them. I'm a very fashion-forward person, so I was looking for something really interesting, and just to show you how far you've come.
Wow.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. You may take your seats, please. Okay, so we have, he's a friend of the family. He's been with us for a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Moses. Moses is coming up to do what he knows how to do best. We've come a long way. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm a bit nervous. All right. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Okay, doesn't work. All right, let me breathe. Thank you. All right. So I'm about to do this song I co-wrote with a friend. I like to collaborate with people basically because there's a way my brain works so fast that I make my beats. I know all the process, so I like to have someone who's thinking about the word, and I know what the picture is like, but I could easily just explain to you and then you help, you know. So the song is titled Anybody. All right? Anybody. Enjoy. Please. Anybody? Alright. Hello. Wow. Anybody? Anybody? Alright. I think I prefer this. Thank you. Sorry. My DJ isn't ready. Alright. So I remember the days of I stand even when life has got me down and my hopes and dreams are nowhere to be found. Still I stand, 'cause I know I'm too close to give up now. I put it all in his hands and I stand. All right, let's go. More volume, more volume. She is the firstborn of her family, turning the first page of her misery, awaiting her first love to validate. Her struggle and her strife that take turns on her, defeated, exhausted from her fight to win. Now she's in search of her victory, and she's asking, saying, is there anybody out there who loves me? Is there anybody out there who cares about me? Is there anybody out there who gives a heck about me? Is there anyone? Is there anybody out there to hold me? Is there anybody out there who cares about how I feel? Is there anybody out there who prays for me? Is there anyone? This is me. I am a lost cause, a nuclear weapon I feel. I'm about to blow up and that's a certainty. Don't wanna. Hey, is there anybody? I am lost, there's so far to see. All that the master has in store for me. I don't wanna be governed by my defeat. So I ask you this question, right? Is there anybody out there who loves me? Is there anybody out there who cares about me? Is there anybody out there who gives a heck about me? Is there anyone? Anyone? Is there anyone? Is there anybody out there who holds me? Is there anybody out there who cares about what I feel? Is there anybody out there who prays for me? Is there anyone? Anybody out there? Anybody out there? Can you find one person who really cares about what's going on in Nigeria today? Can you look into the life of the kids on the street who don't know what to do with their lives? Do you care about all the killings quietly happening in the places? Is there anybody cares? Anybody give a damn? Anybody, 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 anybody. Woo! Please. So. Sorry. Now I'm doing a song titled Somebody. Alright? Somebody, please. Hey, Mr. On my own, I can't do it alone, don't need nobody's help. Hey, you damn, you know it all. You won't take advice from nobody else. You're making everybody give up on ya. You plan on tripping over your own feet. You know you never make it through the open door. Yeah. No man is an island. We all need someone to hold on. We all need a hand to hold on to. And if you never listen, you will only fall flat on your face. So you better learn to land and wake up. Cause everybody needs somebody. Let's get everybody. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs somebody. Yeah, yeah. Everybody needs somebody. I have my personal story, right? So, I say to myself, if I could only find someone who was willing to show me a path in life, and maybe even a token just to keep me hoping. I went to a man that I used to worship. He said, boy, you know we are no longer members. Maybe you could find someone out there who's got it and somehow you might be willing to help. How come you pushed me right to the world when I was told we are one family? Man, if you don't care, maybe someday you might be the one who's needing the help. Yeah. Cause everybody needs somebody. Whoa. Cause everybody needs somebody. Whoa. Say everybody needs somebody. Yeah. Everybody needs somebody. One more time together, say everybody. Everybody needs somebody to save. Yeah. Everybody needs somebody. Yeah. Everybody needs somebody. And this is my advice to people, right? Say if you're young, you better grab the help that you can get while you still can. You better listen sometimes when they speak, if it makes sense. So you can be anything you want. You can get everything you need. Just believe in God and never give up on you, no. Just know we all need somebody to make it through life. Everybody, put your hands together. Everybody needs somebody. Everybody needs.
Creative artist, photographer, filmmaker, and communication specialist from Nigeria. She has drafted and applied various creative strategies and led initiatives for community building and value creation. Aisha is multifaceted with relevant experiences as an entrepreneur working with multiple industries in the private sector before delving into public service. She is a bridge builder between these sectors and engages in policy formulation and development initiative that supports job creation, youth and women empowerment across Africa. Speaking at over 100 sponsored events and conferences, Aisha has also supported the training of about 40,000 young people over the years. She has developed various skills, including public speaking, strategy development, leadership, political and corporate communication. Most recently, Aisha serves as a special advisor to the Nigerian Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. Prior, she was the Senior Special Assistant on News Media to the Governor of Kebbi State, where she coordinated statewide publicity and reputation management for the government. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, please give a real platform welcome to Aisha Ogi as she takes the podium.
I don't think I've ever felt this shy coming on stage. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. You know, it's really weird when you hear yourself, like when you hear about yourself like this. You know, it's not something that I planned, clearly. I've been winging it through life, and that's why this summit is so important to me, because it's about creativity and innovation. And my whole life, Mama, I see you. Good to see you, Ma. My whole life has been based on creativity and constantly innovating and evolving. I was here the last time. Thank you so much for having me. Who was here the last time? Oh my God, hey. Well, good to see you guys. So I'm not going to come and talk about my story. I think the bio says a lot, and you can go on the Real Platform page to watch the old video. Let's do that, right? Today, I want to talk about mental health and wellness. I'm not going to talk about business. I think a lot of us are doing that. I'll talk about entrepreneurship. I was actually going to get all of you to stand up. You people have ruined my intro by doing that. But you know, you've heard about all the different people that have come on stage, and the way they've lived their lives, the way they started their business, the way they've become great entrepreneurs. I know many of the people, my sisters. Amazing to see everybody here. But one thing most people don't talk about is how it affects you physically and mentally. I think when you start business or work, any type of work, even when you start the first time, for most of us don't just get up and have experience, right? There are a lot of jobs that you do that you learn on the job. Many of us have gone through that. I think most of the jobs that I've accepted, I've learned on the job, almost each and every one of them. And you build yourself through that learning. You start to learn how best to go about things. You fail by not learning to evolve or match whatever it is. Samia said earlier about knowing yourself. And I'll use my own example. I had a studio. In fact, I think I've had 3 studios in Abuja. All failed. But I won because I had so many young people able to use these studios free of charge, learn, because I didn't have that experience. I didn't have the mentors. I didn't have the people to help me. So when I opened those studios, I didn't really think profit. I'm still not profit-oriented or business-oriented. I'm the worst when it comes to business. I needed to get a partner that now helps with that. But I had a space where we got to know ourselves and we got to connect and learn. I learned from others when they come with their creative ideas. Younger people are way more innovative than we are. For many of us, we're stuck in our ways, or we still have a lot of that pressure that comes from parents, society, unlike where we are today, right? Social media has helped us see how the world functions, and we're picking both the good and bad from social media. So in running these businesses, we would have sleepless nights as usual. When they tell you being an entrepreneur is a 24-hour job, it's not a joke. So for those who want to start business, you really have to think about how it impacts you, how it impacts your family, how it impacts your own life and your day-to-day. So I would have sleepless nights. I think I told this story in the past when I had my 2 little children and I had to plan my life around what I wanted to achieve. And I would take the kids to school, sleep, wake up just when it's about to be closing time, get ready, pick them up. Luckily, they're not like older kids, so the kids close 12:31 at the time. I'll take them home, and then I book all my photos. That's when I was a photographer. Then I would book my shoots in the afternoon, right? And then in the night, when everybody is asleep, that's when I do my editing. That's when I'm doing my calculations. That's when I'm thinking of which offices to barge into. Just like Chuk said here, there are many people who didn't value photography, but I would walk into their offices and say, listen, this is what I can supply to you. I don't think these pictures are worth it. I don't think this is good enough. And I had people like Ogwa here, and people like Samia who put me on a stage, right, for the Abuja Young Entrepreneurs Awards. And that gave me more confidence to say, you know what, I don't really need to know anybody. I'm going to keep walking into offices. And they started getting from just individuals in the house to major companies, to development partners, to government. Like it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. And one thing I realized was that I did not like being in the studio. I hated it. Hated. I hated having a regular 9-to-5 job. I love being on my feet. I love to travel. I love to explore. If anybody ever comes for a photo shoot, I want to be in the bush. Like I loved being in the outdoors. So having a regular desk job just did not sit well with me. I did not like it. So I ended up having to come up with these different job aspects, you know, and then I transitioned into government. But before that, you had nights when you're not asleep. You're not sleeping, you're irritable, you're tired, you have customers disturbing your life. You have, you know, so many things to meet. I remember when Ogwa used to do the not ready to wear, the bespoke. And I remember one day coming to your office and there was the worst client I had ever seen in my life. I went to pick up some kaftans. She had made some kaftans for me. And I remember sitting there thinking, I will slap this person. But as God would have it, I ended up in customer service. And I had to learn by force. It didn't matter who walked in through the door. I had no right to be rude. And the office was not going to accept that. So I learned patience. I learned understanding human behavior. I learned how to, when someone comes and attacks you, there are ways to help to break it down. But you see, if you're not sleeping, if you're not resting, you can't be clear-headed enough to have the emotional intelligence to deal with human beings, to have the emotional intelligence to run a business because you're going to deal with people, to have the emotional intelligence to succeed at your job. There are so many things and aspects that sleep, this sleep that we take for granted. Philip said something here earlier. He said something about sleep. I can't remember exactly. But customers don't sleep. You as the Oga of the business, you better sleep. Because when they come at you, you need to constantly just be in the frame of mind to handle those things. And the same, I'm saying this across board, regardless of where you work. Sleep is such an important part of our lives. And that's one thing I know, you know, growing up, I really took it for granted because I love being up and about. I love being on my feet. You know, I love being out there. And then in trying to make myself happy, I'm still having to deal with family. I'm still having to make time for friends. You burn out. You burn out. And I learned the hard way. The last, I hosted a TEDx in Kebbi State called TEDx Argungu. If you've not watched it, go on YouTube. TEDx Argungu. And what I went through to organize that event, I had no sleep, probably 4 days prior, and I probably got maybe 2 hours, then in between I'll get a nap in the car, and everything went smoothly, luckily, alhamdulillah. As soon as we shut down that event, I got on a plane back home, right? And I came home, and of course I have my little kids. They too, they want time. They've not seen me, so I had to stay up, you know, extra, blah, blah, blah. Next thing I knew, I just woke up and I saw myself with doctors around me. How that happened, I have no idea. but there was a drip in my hand. I could see them trying to find like veins on my leg. It was just, you know, and all why? Burnout. I had told my brain, had told my body, we're going to keep going, we're going to keep going, we have to achieve this, we have to make this happen. And a lot of us do this, where we crash ourselves without planning. You have this event. There's so many aspects of Nigeria that can slow you down, understandably. But I need each and every one of us to understand that if your body is not functioning, your mind is not functioning, you cannot win. It's impossible. It doesn't work. There's so many people in mental health spaces right now, you know, trying to get their head back because they've carried too much. And the pressure I see with young people nowadays, we didn't have that. You're looking at social media, you're trying to stay relevant, you're creating videos, you're doing things, you know, and once you're off for a little bit, you have people telling you, this person is coming, or this business, you should. We talk about this all the time. I love that our generation, everybody supports everybody, whether you're in the fashion space, in the business spaces, we support ourselves. But you have those that will come and be like, but so and so is coming. And you're giving this gap, this space, you're going to lose out in this business. And I say to them, well, I know them, I will support. We have 250 million people in Nigeria, I beg there's market. Yes or no? There's market for everybody and everything. You have people selling cards. Tomorrow it can just be the size of the card that will make you relevant. When people want to do the birthday things, they go for those huge ones that they can stand next to and take pictures. But there are those who are selling the little cards, way more than that. So when they talk about innovation, you can innovate and catch your own aspect of that business, right? But for me, one of the most important things, like I said, is to ensure you balance. And you can never achieve balance, to be honest, in life. You're not God. We are all not God. That's the only perfect being, right? And you have to be able to think and know when to relax. I'm standing on my feet today with gratitude. I was on my bed for 3 days. I stepped on a thorn. I have traveled, probably to 10 countries in the last 2 months for work. And I was exhausted, I was tired. I still had work to do this week. And they say when you're asking God for things, be specific. I was like, I am tired. I don't want to see, in fact, I even made a post on it saying, I don't want to see the inside of a plane for a long time. But I went on my balcony, I was watering my plants that I had there, and then I stepped on a thorn, and it was nothing. It was just a little thing that I just pulled out. Nothing. I've been in my bed since Tuesday. I couldn't walk. My leg was swollen. I ended up going to the clinic. I was forced to rest. And I said to myself, I was exhausted. I could have actually said, listen, I'm tired. Can I just take 2-3 days off? But I didn't. But God was like, this babe, you better calm down. This is too much. So I was there. The few times I made it out, I literally was, at one point when I was at the clinic and they were touching it, I said, just cut the leg, just cut the leg. But I woke up with gratitude because we have all these things, these little things around us that make us who we are and give us that level of function. And you may or you may not know, but you could be killing yourself. In my years of being in Kebbi, I had more gray hairs than I do now. I probably had like 20 something, now they're like 2. And I asked my doctor, what's going on? And he said, well, you see, the body, the levels of stress can age you. Stress can age you. Don't carry, what's that quote? I can't come and kill myself. Abi? So you have to know those times where you can't come and kill yourself. Come and be going to your bed. You know? And there are days that you need to know and say to yourself, okay, listen, everybody around me wants something. Everybody takes. I think each and every one of us, when we're talking about relationships, well, it's a give and take situation. You have people that they'll say, oh, this person is a user. But we all use ourselves. We all use ourselves for commitment. We all use ourselves for our own relationships, businesses, everything. We talk about social capital. It's using, it's like a two-way street. You give, you take, you give, you take. But when you realize that everybody around you, the constant, because we have different personalities in life, learn about personalities. For those who don't know, go online. There's so many free personality tests that will tell you who you are. Are you dominant? Are you a sissy, as they would say? But gender people don't come for me. I didn't mean it that way. But you know what I mean? Like, you need to know who you are, what your personality is. Because there are people who have personalities they constantly want to give. That's what makes them who they are. And people take those kind of people for granted. So you need to know when to say no. Know when to say no. No is such a sweet word for me now. Once I reach a certain level, I'm sorry, I'm unavailable, I can't make it, I'm exhausted, I'm tired. I need time to think. You cannot create, you cannot be innovative without having a clear mind. You would make mistakes. And if you're clear-minded, you will see those mistakes as they're happening. But when you're not, hey, look at you. And when you're not, you know, you lose in the end. Thank you so much. My time is up.
Have our applause, please. Thank you so much. Also, would you like to take questions? So yes, we still have you. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much again for that rousing welcome. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So we have watched and listened to your very rich profile. That is surprised you that you know what we're talking about. All right, so first thing is, what would you say is your most outstanding quality for you to play these multiple roles and be able to transition into films? What is that thing that you have?
So my new tag is, I say I'm a multi-potentialite, multi-hyphenate. I will not be put in a box, and I am ready and willing to take risks, regardless of whatever the situation I find myself.
So talking about taking risk and then being able to, okay, so this question is 2 in 1. How are you able to not be afraid? You see a lot happening around you. The assignment, the task that you have to perform, they are huge. So the average lady out there, the young man there will feel, I'm not qualified, I don't have what it takes yet. And they'll probably be looking at you all gorgeously dressed and feel that you had it all rosy and all that. So how were you able to overcome? How were you able, and how are you able to just keep it going?
Oh, I did not overcome. Let's not even lie here. There are times that I would cry and bawl because not everything will go as you want. Nothing will ever go as planned. Like I said, we're not God, right? And there are things that have happened in my past that now I look back and realize they needed to happen. The first time I did a speaking engagement, I had no clue I was supposed to speak to that many people. I was told that I was going to speak to a number of students in Kano. I was scared out of my mind. Like, my heart was racing. Even as we were speaking now, I was asking Samia, I'm like, what am I going to talk about? I was like, you know what, once I get off the stage, I'll just let the inspiration happen. And it was 1,000 people. My first proper speaking engagement, 2007, I was a nobody. As far as I'm concerned, I still am not. Because once you start to think that, you never really get things going. So for me, it's to just take each day. Now I don't even do by the days, by the hour. Let's just keep going, you know. And constantly having gratitude, because really, where will fear take you? There was something my mom said this weekend to one of my mentees, and she said, shyness will not take you anywhere. One day, whether you like it or not, your work must speak for you. So if you've achieved in this life, they will call you, they will look for you, the interviews will happen, the world will want to know your story. And I can tell you this, if you go, there's a Wikipedia right now online that was made with my name. I didn't do it. And I have no idea who created it, but it wouldn't be how I would tell my story. Do you understand? Learn to tell your own story. Once you can be who you are, wherever you are, there's no fear. Like, what's the worst that could happen? What really is the worst that could happen?
Okay, so do we have, let's give him to just one person. Okay, yes, please, sir. I think we'll be having ladies. Please, let's have.
So before they get ready, I have 10 of Mr. Komolafe's book to give out. 10. Only to women. I'm going to be very biased today. Okay, maybe I'll dash 2 to some guys, but let's do what the world does to us and do 80-20. How about that? So 80% women, 2 to guys.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for your wonderful profile and mentorship. My question here is that, considering your high profile as an entrepreneur, a financial expert or captain per se, what was your impact to Nigerian youths and women as a financial captain or a mentor?
As a financial captain?
Yeah.
Hey, I have a new thing to add, financial captain. I said it myself, I fail when it comes to finance. You know, maybe because you saw I work for the Minister of Finance. But one thing I know is for the last 20 years, I have been doing talks like this, I have been mentoring, I have created different things for different people depending on where I find myself. You know, I'm constantly trying to pick people up as much as I can, you know, create awareness on, using my platform to create awareness on items, events like this, you know. And then whenever I find myself in policy-making committees, I ensure that the youth and women are captured. That's one thing I know I've done across board for the past, gosh, how many years now? In 7 years? For the past 7 years. Wherever I find myself in government working committees, I ensure that the women and youth are captured, regardless. Thank you.
All right, final question before you leave. So you do a lot of things, and even the SDG recognizes partnerships. So how would you encourage the audience, someone listening here that perhaps does not believe in partnerships, say, no, you just do it yourself, because people are going to, they're going to stab you at your back, they're going to maybe make you lose money and all that.
So let me get this context. You mean for a business owner, or?
You, whatever venture you want to go into, someone may have one may be employed, be on a job, and have a passion to do things for people. You need to run the vision with people. You can't do everything yourself. So how would you go into partnership? How would you collaborate?
How many people saw the Twitter bosses, the bad bosses? There was an entire hashtag on bad bosses. Put your hands up if you. Thank you. You cannot win in life without people. Those guys got away with it for so long, and when it was time, the young people outrightly named them, said the way they were doing things. Like, one thing you need to understand in this life is that you can never take people for granted. You can never work alone. I say this, I know we don't have much time, but I say this, you're looking at the value chain of what you're doing. So he talked about doing shirts. And what he did was he looked at the value chain. The people who are buying shirts will definitely want to wear it with something, right? You're connecting that value chain. And in partnership, and we're talking, you said the SDGs, that's even on a bigger level. But let's bring it down to just being an individual. I always use this example of the akara seller. Let's take it to the barest minimum. We'll take it to the street. These women that you see on the road, or the mesuya, that are doing their little businesses in front of that place, even they need people. The akara seller must buy beans somewhere, must buy oil somewhere, right? Must buy the frying pan that she's using, the firewood that she's getting. Every aspect of that akara value chain is important. If she does not get oil from so and so, that akara will not be fried, right? And you can say, okay, there are many options all over the place. But let's just say I happen to spend 12,000 naira for a gallon of oil, and I get to meet someone who supplies oil. What's gonna happen? I should be able to negotiate to get a retail, like a wholesale price, so it makes it cheaper for me. That's a partnership.
There's so many partnerships that work. I see many people in different industries connecting today that should be competitors. But when they come together, they sell even more. Partnership is so, so important. And I think that attitude is just people who are not brought up right. I'm sorry.
All right, thank you very much. She's done amazingly well. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud Aisha as she makes her way from the stage. Thank you. So everyone, something is about to happen, and we're about to act a movie. And we are all okay, so she would like to do this herself. Aisha had promised that she's going to give out 10 copies of KJK's books. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready.
We'll start with the people who asked questions. Let's do that. Yes? You. He's getting one. It looks like I have a lot of work to do today. So, I've been informed by Dr. Samia that she will also be giving out 10 books. That's 20. And trust me, you will love this book. So we had only one person that asked a question. Everybody who asked questions, let's start with them. Because that's the most important thing about being at an event is to listen, to ask, to clarify. Yes, I remember her. So, yes. Everybody who asked a question, let's give one to them. I hope that motivates you to ask later. Yes, we have someone right here. I'm going to be biased and give a book to my namesake, Aisha. She forced me to wear this outfit today. What do you guys think? Partnership. So Aisha gets one. 3 more. Oh, I love how you quickly put up your hand. The guy in the green over there. So we can give it to him. Yes. Where did you guys travel from? Did anybody come here for this event from outside the country?
Let's begin with the founder himself. KJK traveled from outside.
We cannot dash him his own book. I'll give him my own book when I publish it. Say amen for me now.
There was a young man who came to ask
Have
questions.
You gotten yours?
He was asked
Green
to go
book.
back.
Green book.
All right, please. Yes.
Who came from Kebbi?
Kebbi State.
Hell, he has finished me. Our Kebbi. If you're from Kebbi, stand up.
If you traveled from
Are you
Kebbi.
claiming? Okay, so we'll have my Kebbi people because that's my constituency. I'm sorry. We still have, no, him, yes, him. And then there's this guy coming. Okay. My Kebbi people, please come to the front. I'm being biased, I'm sorry. Do you know how important it is for me to have my relatives in the hall? So important. Hashtag our Kebbi. Okay, so I think we have Auntie Samia. Should I just add 10 more? I should add 10 more. Okay, you know what, in fact, we'll distribute 50 books. How about that? Those who have lifted their hands, please. You people, I don't have, my bank account is not like that, so they are not dashing me this book. Okay, so we're giving out 50 books. You know what? I actually have an additional 10. So my first 10, her 10, and 50. That's 70. Yes. My Kebi brothers, please, hand books to them, 3 of them. Oh, 4? 4 of them. Sanunku. Sanudaza. Thank you. Yes, of course.
All right, so in order for us to do this, well, thank you so much, Aisha. We'll need the help of the registration stand. For the first, maybe we'll start with the first 30. We have other criteria we're going to use. We're starting.
Okay, no fighting,
We
no
are
fighting,
starting.
no fighting, no
We
fighting.
are starting for coming early because if you know the Center for Real Impact, we actually push for excellence
I didn't
in
come
everything.
to scatter the place.
Yes.
So let's follow their rules.
Yes. So there are certain values that we preach, that we push in order for us to become relevant, and that's what you're picking. You're going to see it in the book.
Yes.
There are certain qualities that are important. So we're going to need the help of those at the registration stand. If you came in here early, within the time frame they would give us and you registered, that's for the first 30. There's still going to be other criteria, so I would allow room for that.
So I've left
We still have
the
40 more
business
books.
in her hand because unfortunately I have to leave. But thank you so much, my people. Thank you. Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you so much. Very quickly, we have two, before we go into the panelist session, we have Ogwai Weze and then we have Pamela Radegoke. I know, right? So we're going to call them after the poem, and the program is a little bit changed because we have a lot of our speakers wanting to leave. They don't want to have lunch buffet with me, and I'm crying inside, not outside. You know. So, but we are going to have a panelist session afterwards with Philip and then Pamilari, and hopefully we can still have Ogwa around because we need to drill. She's done awesomely well during the COVID-19 time. I was an avid follower, so I'm looking forward to spending an hour with her just drilling and drilling. But very quickly, it is in our nature at every Enterprise and Innovation Development Summit, we give a surprise award to all our speakers. And so very quickly, I want to call on Dr. Samir Ahmed to come up. We call it the Enterprise and Innovation Award, presented to Dr. Samir Oyekan Ahmed, Enterprise and Innovation Development Summit. I want you all to please help me celebrate the great job she's doing, most importantly with the gift source. Thank you so much. And we want to appreciate you for coming to be a blessing to us today.
All speakers, please.
Dr. Tosi, that's our national director. He just went through a procedure and just a few days ago, and that's why he's quiet and just sitting there. And he still came here despite all that. So don't mind how he's walking, but we appreciate him.
Okay, before we very quickly bring up our next speaker, please, I want everyone to please do something very quickly. Who has a smartphone here? If you have a smartphone, please bring it out. You have a smartphone, please bring it out very quickly. And raise it up, raise it up. Except you have Apple Tel, don't worry. Even if it's not an iPhone, just a smartphone, just raise it up. Is it on? It's on. Okay, do something very quickly. Go to your camera and take a selfie. You don't know if this is one of the criteria you're going to use so that you can get some books. I'm just saying. So take a selfie very quickly, and if you've done that, say, done it. All of them want books. Oh Lord have mercy. Yes, and even Ogo is doing it. So have you taken a selfie? All right, then you can share. We have links. Post it on your platform. Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, post it. And then you tag the Each Summit. Let's have the hashtags on the screen. I need you to also visit the Real platform and follow. Like the post you see, follow if you're yet to follow, and then share the link. We have our media gurus at the back, they are checking. So if you have followed, liked, or shared, say yes. Okay, we're waiting for others. Others are coming. Our next speaker is already waiting because she has an interesting story to share, and we don't want people to miss out on this. If you've done it, say aye. If you've not done it yet, say nay. No, the nays can't have it. Now the eyes always have it. Take a selfie, post on your platform, follow Real platform, click like and share. You have all of our speakers. Their handles are there. You follow them as well if you have not done that already. So if you've done it, say aye. If you're yet to do it, say nay. So the ayes have it. Let's have our next speaker.
Has a rich content with so much practical life experiences that is helping many people today become better at what they do. She is a supporter of exporting made in Nigerian fashion and owns a thriving international fashion brand. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a warm Real platform welcome to Ogwa as she takes the podium?
Thank you so much for having me. First of all, I want to give a shout out to the panel. I am absolutely honored to be on this panel with these amazing people. Please, a round of applause for the panel. A round of applause for every attendee because it's not easy, I know. Making time to be here is not easy. A round of applause to my assistant. I'll tell you a story about her. She's here. So I'm going to play a small game before I talk, and whoever guesses the topic I'm going to speak about, I'm going to credit you with 20,000 naira. Who doesn't like credit alerts? So listen carefully. I can see the timer, so I'm going to be quick. First of all, bring out your phones. Open your calculator. Let's play a small game. So I'm going to just tell short stories, and once we're done, whoever guesses the topic will win the money. So first thing is I want you to punch 2 times 7. What's the answer? 14 times 4. What's the answer? 56 times 3. What's the answer? You guys are sharp. Okay, so that short story, let me tell you what the numbers signify or represent. 2 represents the number of posts in one day. Did you get that? Please take notes. 7 represents how many days in a week? 7 days in a week. 4 represents what? 4 weeks in a month. And 3 represents 3 months. Who is on social media here? Everyone, right? Most people. Who does business on social media? Who understands the importance of content? So what I just explained to you is if you plan to post 2 posts per day, you need 168 posts for 3 months. I'll explain later. Let me go to the next story. My assistant, her name is Cynthia. Cynthia, please stand up. I met Cynthia on social media. She reached out to me. Good afternoon, I would like to work with you. Who is this one? She was like, please, I really want to work with you. I'm doing NYC now, but if you can hold a space for me, once I finish, I'm coming. In fact, I want to start before I finish. I was like, okay, come to my office. She came, we talked. Anyway, long story short, Cynthia is a content creator. She also even teaches social media, manages social media pages, and has been instrumental to my growth. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Who has watched the Kanye West documentary? Okay, it's on Netflix. Do you know how long it took to make that documentary? It's actually 20 years. They made that documentary, they followed Kanye West from when he was nothing. Somehow they saw something. They followed him and kept on collecting and creating content throughout his journey. They sold it to Netflix for $30 million. Me, I like money. I love money. So I'm going to talk a lot about numbers. Dr. Dre was creating an album. He stayed in the studio, didn't sleep for 79 hours. Because he felt like if he stopped, he would lose the creativity that was going into that album. So he didn't sleep for 79 hours. And the album obviously did great. Okay, so before I go on to talk about this topic, who can guess what I want to talk about today? For 20,000 naira. Don't say it. I don't know who I'm going to pick. Can you, Julie, can somebody assist me to pick who will answer the question first? First correct answer. First correct answer. So who am I going to pick? Samia, no, sorry. Should I split the 20K into 2? Okay. Okay, so my panelists, they want to give another person 20K. Creditor, get your account number. I hope you know your account number. Some people will be checking phone. Cram your account number. Be ready to collect money. Okay, so who is answering the question? Yeah, maybe, how do we do this now? My time is going, Your friend. Okay, she will try. Okay.
Consistency.
Okay, we have one correct answer. So wait now, wait. I'm going to have to think of another question. If you guys can help me out so we can give out the second one. But congratulations, what's your name? Huh? Tovia, okay. So I'm going to ask another question so we'll get another winner. Thank you so much, Tovia. So I'm going to explain this thing called consistency. You can go anywhere you want in this world. You can have all the talent you want. You can be the greatest at anything, and you can still fail. The reason is because when we think about goals and things that we want to achieve, we often never think about the problems that are going to come. And guess what? I'm sorry to break it to you, but the problems are going to hit you like mad. The goal is so nice. Who has ever planned a business is so sweet, Abby. When you are writing it down, how you are going to become a billionaire, it's so sweet. You never think about the problems, right? But guess what? It won't even take, in fact, the first day you start that business, Wahala has started. Problems will just be coming. So the one thing you have to establish is that problems will come, whether you like it or not. The panelists have said almost everything. You have to keep evolving. Mr. Philip said something. He said he produced something and he didn't sell one item of it. Do you know what? Even if you are the most amazing genius, there are certain things you will get wrong. There are times when I've produced something and I thought, if this thing is not a big hit, my name is not Ogwa. Guess what? My name was not Ogwa. Because when I launched that product, nobody even said, hello, how much? The thing was just sitting there. But the one that I didn't even think about too much sold in thousands. What does that tell you? First of all, I had to keep going. Just because one product didn't sell didn't mean I should stop. I had to keep going. I had to bring out another one and another one and another one. So I will cry, I'll be sad, but the next day I'll wake up and say, okay, what next? So consistency is the biggest thing we all need. Samia mentioned knowing yourself. Of course. So when I gave the example of the content, you can't create content every day. You die. You cannot create content. I don't care who you are. Chooks was here, and comedians are one of the biggest content creators on Instagram now. However, they're not always happy. We know this. So the day they are not in the mood, they probably won't be able to do jokes because their mind is not in the right place. So what will happen is they may not post. So what happens is when people reach out to me, they say, oh my God, I'm struggling in business, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, let me check out your page. And they haven't posted in 2 months. I'm like, wait, why haven't you posted in 2 months? I'm not in the mood. I said, wait. So you think this thing is about mood? It has nothing to do with your mood. Nobody cares. Your representation on social media may not be how you feel right now. But if you are serious about your business, you have to have brainstorming sessions. What do I want? Even if it's your personal brand you're trying to sell, what am I known for? What do I want people to know me for? Is it poems? Is it fashion? Is it drama? Is it comedy? Once you list those things, your content will show it. So if you come on my page, you already know I like fashion. You can't be guessing, right? Then once you've listed that, you now start saying, okay, where can I get content ideas from? TikTok, Instagram, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is for people who are serious about social media because social media is a great tool. It's bad, but it's an amazing tool. How do you meet people from all over the world? How do you get endorsement deals? How do all these things happen? Most of the time, you may never have met the person. Eniola, who is a big deal on social media, got signed to Crocs International from just creating content consistently. That's how he did it. He's not the best. It's not like you say, oh, his content is so amazing, but he shows up consistently. Whether you like it, if you decide for yourself that it's not for you, it's fine. But if you tell yourself, this is what I want to grow a following, I want to be able to use my following to make money. You have to show up. I'm sorry. So you have 168 content you want to produce in 3 months, right? So you have a content creation week. Throughout that week, you've already planned the content and you are going to flog out that content, even if it's just using your phone. Because some people say, oh, I don't have money for a camera. Forget all that one. Just get a clear phone first. Start creating. When you have 100 videos saved or pictures or whatever, quotes, then you know that if I'm not in the mood for 1 week, I will be posting twice a day. Your business is moving. So you can apply this to so many things in life, but the bottom line is this. Even in friendships, in relationships, if you keep being consistent, you get amazing results. I saved a few things which I wanted to read out. One of them being, consistency is what transforms average into excellence. So you don't have to be the greatest person. Please don't ever feel like, but you are photogenic. No. If you guys, if you're on TikTok, I even feel like Instagram is a bit plastic. Go on TikTok. There's a guy I found on TikTok. He has no arms and legs and he does makeup. He does makeup with his mouth. And he posts, he creates, look, sometimes, the honest truth is that you draw inspiration from people you least expect. Because when you look at yourself, if you rate yourself high, you think, wow, I'm too much, blah, blah, blah. Something must humble you somewhere. My co-panelists have said it's one failed business. You just sit down and think about your life. Is it me that has just lost this money? You may not be able to get out of bed. You may be sad. You may be miserable. All you need is just somebody to show you that, look, nobody has it all. Everybody has something they can complain about. So if you feel like your own is the worst, it's not. It's just one of those problems that somebody somewhere has or even has it worse. Patience, consistency, and strength work well together. So yeah, you have to be patient. You can't become an Instagram sensation overnight. You can't become the biggest business on Instagram overnight. It will take you time. But what would always help you, same thing I've been saying, you have to be consistent. I didn't know what I was going to talk about today. I just thought, when I get here, I'll think, just like most of us did. But it's one thing that every day I remember and I remind myself, because some days I'm not in the mood. I may not post for 3 days. Then I'll remember, somebody paid me money, I better wake up. And I remember also that somebody somewhere is depending on me. It doesn't have to be the whole world, but one person is looking at me and thinking, God, you really inspire me. That's enough. My assistant mentioned to me today, she was like, oh ma, mental health is such a big deal. We have to really, people are really going through so much, and I totally agree. But a lot of it lies with you. You have to somehow hold on to whatever optimism there is. There's so much to be sad about right now. So much. Personally, business-wise, oh my God. If we gather table now and say, let's talk about problems, this hall will be 3 times full. Everybody will come, my problems. Yes, absolutely. However, there's something to be said about optimism. When you create this content, you don't know what it's going to do. Nobody can tell you. There's nobody that has the answers. However, you just believing that somehow I will keep going. I will keep putting out this stuff because someday somebody is going to notice. I read a story about a guy who put out content on YouTube for 1 year. And in that 1 year, he had less than 10 views, 15 views every single time for a whole year. But he didn't stop. Now he's one of the biggest motivational speakers. But it took him 1 year of creating content and posting without getting much traction. So how badly do you want it? How much do you think you're willing to put in to get what you want? I'm going to end with this I read this morning because I'm a quotes woman. I love quotes. I think like every time I'm thinking of something, I just see a quote. And it says, people pray for the cake. Then the universe gives them the batter, oil, icing, a pan, and oven. They get frustrated and leave the kitchen. Let that sink. Sometimes you have everything right in front of you, but how badly do you want it? How badly do you want to make that cake? Sometimes the cake, in fact, most times the cake is not going to come, but everything else will be looking at you. You have the personality, you have the beauty, you have the sense, you have the jokes, whatever it is that you need is there, but you'll be complaining because you don't have a camera, or you don't have, I don't know. Some people use masking tape and tape their phone to the wall because they don't have anybody to hold the phone for them. They will tape it to the wall and create their content. So you have everything it takes if you want it badly enough. Thank you so much, guys.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm sure you're going to wait for the panel session, right?
Hopefully. I'll wait.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much.
So, wait, sorry, we have another 20,000 naira to give out, right? How do we give it out? I think everybody has a book already now. So, more books, are you sure? Are you sure about that? But some people came from out of town, right? They spend transport money. More books. Okay, so 10 books it is. So 10 more books. But I'll get your account number for your own. Oh, you've given her, so I will sponsor 10. Okay, thank you guys so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's what you get when you come to the Real Platform event. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am just here to make a very brief announcement before we call on the next speaker. We have made provision for a light refreshment. So please, we implore us to kindly be a bit more patient so that we can have our last speaker. After that, we're going to share what we have for us. Thank you very much.
Larry Adegoke, who is fondly called Dr. Pam Pam, is the founder of Camille Capital and a managing partner at Lasibo. With over 8 years experience in social media campaign, brand management, PR, and digital strategy, Bamilare has worked with names like Google, Apple, Jumia, Nine Mobile, Intel, Instagram, Bolt, Beta, Coca-Cola, MultiChoice, Access Bank, Universal Music, and a host of others. He holds a bachelor's degree in marine engineering from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Bamilare shares his wealth of knowledge through talks, seminars, interviews, and especially social media, which in no doubt he understands so well. He has won over 20 awards, which includes the PRT Award, NEMA Award, and the Maya Award. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation, please give a Real Platform welcome to Bamilare Adegoke.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so before I say my own story, I love that she was speaking about content, and let me just give you guys one example. So, it's one thing to be creating content here, and it's another thing to be getting engagement. So, let's be practical. If you post a picture and you get 50 likes, how do you feel? Imagine you post that same picture and you have 200 likes, how do you feel? Now, imagine you now post that same picture and you have 1,000 likes, how do you feel? So this is the trick. So this is how social media algorithm works. The moment they notice that you post the content and in less than 1 minute you have such number of likes, such number of comments, you feel like, oh, this content is doing great. They push it to more audience. One thing people don't realize is Instagram don't show your content to all your followers. They only show it to 1%. In fact, sometimes it's 0.1% of your followers. So because they don't want everybody to like it, they don't like it that much. They just want you to create content. So imagine we are 50 in this group, and we all have one WhatsApp group. Then we say each day everybody should send one link each. So the moment I post, each and every one of us, we rush to my post and comment and like. Instagram will be like, oh, this content must be great. They push it to so many other people. Then you now, it's now your own job to now sit down, now reply those 50 people. If you check the comment, how many comments is it going to show you? Instagram doesn't care that you are the one responding. They'll be like, so when you check, you see 100 comments. The moment Instagram is seeing that this content has so much numbers, they push it to more audience, then it gets to explore. That is how your content go up. So that's where partnership works. So before I tell my own story, that's where partnership works. Imagine you make friends here. You guys become a community. Partner with yourself. No matter, even if it's your business account. As a customer, I would love to come to your page and I'm seeing comments. Great. That means I can trust you enough. Unlike me coming to Mrs. A's account and I'm seeing one like and one comment. I'll be like, only go, Miss Alo. I moved to somewhere else. You get? So try, partner, make friends here before you leave. Make meaningful friendship. And you never can tell. You'll be so happy you came to this event. So I'll say my story. I'm from a family of 8. My dad gave birth to 6 children. I don't know why. Fortunately, I won't say unfortunately, I'm the first child, I'm the first son. So I have 3 younger sisters and 2 brothers. But I'm so grateful for the kind of parent I have because my dad is a printer. He has a very big printing press in Lagos. Right from when I was in primary 3, he made sure I come to the office after school. So I learned graphic designing, I learned all the scopes of printing right from primary 3. At primary 6, when I was in primary 6, I was already a very good graphic designer. So when I got into secondary school, I was the best computer science student in school. Right till when I finished. I used to write projects for teachers back then. So that's one gift my popsy gave me that I'm so grateful for. After secondary school, it's time to go to university. Unlike many of us, wanted to be lawyers, doctors, left to me, I had no idea. I was just blank. On a Monday, we asked like, family, what do you want to become? I can tell you how to become a doctor. On a Tuesday, lawyer. Wednesday, pilot. Thursday, somebody probably said one big course. I'm like, oh, it sounds great too. I want to be that too. So I had no idea what I wanted to become. So my dad said, marine engineering is not bad. I'm like, the name is sweet though. Marine engineering. I said, hey, I can do it now. After I'm in science class. So he asked what the money to spend. I went to school. I was focused because I don't want his money to waste. So I came out with good grades. I came out in first class. I still doubt the result though. Well, I don't think I own that result. But I did well in school. Until when I came out, I was on C for 6 months. I realized that this is not my way. Like, this is not my path. So let me take you back again. When I got to school, I stopped taking money from my dad in 200 level. I'll tell you why. How? I had so much money that I could pay for my own school fees. Don't forget, my dad taught me graphic designing. And I have an idea about printing and everything. So he got me a laptop for project too. So I started doing graphic design. I was the best in school too, 100 level. Everybody, oh, this guy is good. Family, let us design our yearbook, design our ID cards. So I design the ID cards. So imagine in the department of 1,000, in the department we have 1,000 students. Then I'll collect 1,000 from each student for ID card. Because that's how much you pay normal. No, we collect 1,500. The department will collect 1,500. They'll pay 1,000 to pay that will print. The department will go 500. Then for me, I'll not call my dad though. We have printing jobs. So because I am his son now, and I'm the heir to the throne. She means like that, this company is like company. I will pay normal 120 naira. After I did all the work by designing, so I'm not paying for designing his office. So how much do I have on each 1,000? Calculate it times 100, times 1,000. Now calculate it times 5 departments. I was that rich in school. So all thanks to what I learned while I was young, I took it up and I started working on it. So I had a lot of sleepless nights. probably don't see me in classes until night because I'm either here or there. At a point, I was wanted in school because I was owing all the departments, ID card and yearbook. So that was how my journey went. Okay, fast forward. After school, I figured this is not my way. And I told my mom that I don't think I want to be a marine engineer. My mom was so understanding. My dad was like, what, never? They did not born you well. Do you know how much I spent in century school? Do you think because you're having small change now, you want to blah, 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 blah? I told my mom that I have no idea. I still had no idea what I wanted. But I knew it wasn't engineering. But I don't think I have that patience to be on water for long. I said it's for cruise. So my mom said, what do I want to do? I said, I will learn. So I learned photography. At some point, I learned blogging. At some point, I learned filmmaking. So I was learning different things. Maybe I would, at some point, figure out what I wanted. But I did not. But then I went for an event like this. Then I met my first boss. Everything we were discussing at that event, I had no idea. It was on digital marketing and everything. I had no idea. But at the end of the event, normal, let's go back home now. We've come, we can go home. Then I saw everyone talk to one particular man. His name is Ayeni Adekole Samo. He owns Black House Media. And I'm like, why is everyone talk to this man? Let me go and talk to him. Then I approached him and I said, sir, I don't know what you do. My name is Pamilari. I'm an engineer. But I don't know what you do. But I would love to work with your company. Then he looked at me and he said, okay. He was so shocked the way he said it. Then he said, see me on Monday. I should come to his office on Monday. It's on a Friday. God will have it. The devil or my village people from my mother's side. I fell sick on Sunday. My parents, my daddy's side, they are pastors. This is my mother's side. I fell sick on Saturday. I could not go on Monday. I fell sick Tuesday. I'll get well. Till Friday, I did not get well. So I missed my appointment. The next Monday, I picked up my clothes and I went. I had no appointment. But I went to that office. So I was there from 9 o'clock to 5 p.m. because I had no appointment. So he was going home. Then I said, well, no, sir. He said, well, I know you. You're familiar. I said, yes, sir. He said, but you have an appointment? I said, it was last week. But come. Then we went upstairs to his office. He only asked me 2 questions. So what do you have an experience? I said, I can design. He said, okay. Then another question which is so weird, I need to ask him why he asked me. He said, do you drink or smoke? At that point I don't drink. I was still a very small boy, you know. But now, to God be the glory. So I said, no, I don't. Then he said, okay, you know what? Go to the next office, go and meet the HR, go for medicals. And that was it. So I was an intern for 6 months. So basically I learned digital marketing. The office has different departments. I worked in all the departments aside from accounts. Maybe they don't trust me with money. So basically, I learned in all the departments for 6 months. From digital to design to PR to management to what it. Then I was retained after 6 months. From 2014 to 2015. 2015, I started working on big campaigns. Name it. We have sleepless nights. We have to go for beach. Do everything. I was so good because they call me last one because I was the youngest in the office. Then after 3 years, he called me to his office one day and said, if you don't quit today, Pamilari, I'm going to sack you. I'm like, I'm a big boy. You say, how will I survive? Then he said, you may hate me now, but you appreciate it. I felt like I know everything and there's no new challenge for me. I need to go outside, try something else. Like if I don't make it in 3 months, he's going to double my salary. He's going to call me back to the office and double my salary. I was happy, sad, because I will be jobless for 3 months first. But I left that office that day with the aim of not making it. Because I was concerned about his salary. But at 2017, I was already being paid 320. So I was like, see, mommy, I minus allowance. So imagine what 640 will do to me. I left with the aim of I'm going to fail. And for the first 1 month, I failed, passed. Second month, I was going to fail again. But I don't know what said, okay, Pamela, so you're not just jobless at home, try something. While I was working, I handle digital marketing, PR, influencer marketing, and everything. But I tell influencers what to do, what to post. I even have more engagement than most of them. I'm like, you control these guys, why not just try? And if there's something I know works and sells very well, it's controversy. By the way, most of you will know, do you know what one guy Peruzzi slapped? So I'm that guy. What if I tell you that never happened? So because I know controversy sells, yeah, I could leverage on it. I'm so good when it comes to controversy. If I want to trend anything, if I want to trend right now, I know what to do. I know how to provoke people's emotions, and everywhere will scatter. It is abini, you get. So I said, let me just do small influencer marketing, and be controversial for a few 1 or 2 months that is left, so I can go back to my 9 to 5. But God now say you pass. Then I started working on different brand campaign and blah blah blah, and that's how Family started. I'll talk about partnership. So I co-own 2 restaurants in Lagos, 2 big restaurants. It was never my idea. I just like food. But if you tell me I own a restaurant, I'll say it's a lie. But my friend one of my friends just messaged me he's a chef, he's a big guy. He just messaged me. He wrote long epistle of his dreams on how he wants to own a restaurant and blah blah blah. I'm like, this thing is just too serious. My only question was, what does it cost? And he said, so amount. I'm like, is that all? I said, let's do it. I said let's do it because I don't want his story because the story was so long. I knew we were going to fail. I was waiting for us to fail. But by let's do it because it's just maybe 2 million. Let's do it. And that was it. But to God be the glory, in less than 7 months, we were able to open another restaurant and another restaurant. So we own 3 big restaurants in Lagos now. And we are not even 2 years yet. We are not even 2 years yet. And that is what partnership does. It knows how to cook. I have the social currency. I know how to divert people. I know I have social on my hand, and I know how to, let me not say manipulate, how to sell the markets. Like Ewa Raja, and people who leverage, people don't even know there is a partner. If you tell them you are going to Pamela Lasibo, they tell you Pamela restaurant. Why? There is a face. And it says a lot. So I tell people, if you don't have to always hide behind your business. If you have the opportunity to show it. People don't like working with faceless accounts. They don't want to work with faceless because only go Mr. Law. But if there is a face to a brand, people tend to trust you more. And we are sorry, it's just Nigerian thing. We have trust issues. You get? But if there's a face to a brand, I can easily trust with my money, even though you may end up scamming me at the end, but at least there is that trust. So before you leave here today, you guys should make friends. The next person sitting down to you may have an idea you may need. Somebody somewhere has that good idea you may think will work. Partnership. You never can tell. We have the 2 big names coming out from this conference. I have just 30 seconds left. That is all. Thank you very much.
So I believe Pamela also will be waiting. Please, another round of applause. Okay, so we're going to have a session. So the female version of we're going to have a session really quick as we make arrangements for a refreshment. I had the opportunity to listen to her one time at one of our events. She is a poet. She has a sonorous voice, and she's going to deliver a poem. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we make welcome Iya. Thank you so much. You look so gorgeous. Thank
You may be crowned with thorns right now, but this does not define you. You are royalty. So build yourself a palace, amend your tattered dress, ascend your throne, set hell to fire, watch it burn under your feet. Take up your scepter of redemption. You are pregnant with immense power. Dry bone, rise again. You are Salam and Shalom, clasped together in prayer. You are wonderful. Omo Awujale, child of a warrior. You only drink victory from the cup of God's mouth. Omo Oloruko Aroti, child of remarkable name. Remember who gave you birth. Remember what the one who formed you calls you. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. It's always an honor to be here. I have been fed so much wisdom by the panelists. I hope I don't forget my lines. But I just want us to do a little exercise before I go to the poem I want to do today. Can you put your hand on your chest and say after me, last, I go dey alright. I want you to mean it. Say last, I go dey alright. Okay, look at your neighbor and say last, you go dey alright. Okay, so this piece, I wrote it because I was really annoyed by Nigerians. They were always saying this slang, last, you go dey alright. Whenever you're complaining, like, oh, the country is not working. Last, we go dey alright. I'm like, what kind of hope is this? And then it began to dawn on me that this was the kind of faith that we needed to survive the kind of situation that we are in. And I started to write the piece to kind of understand that rugged faith and what it means to still be full of hope even when things are going bad. And then I came up with this piece. I hope it encourages you. When surrounded by danger, my people will not surrender to despair, will not wail, will not bend, will not bow their heads to sorrow. When those who swore to save them slay them, my people will not beg, will not mourn or moan for mercy. Instead, they'll laugh and say, last, we go dey alright. Life in this country is war. My people go armed to the teeth with laughter. They laugh instead of crying, carve humor out of horror, tell a joke for every yoke, twist their bodies into effusive shaku with all the shackles, and say, last, we go dey alright. Call them poor, call them shithole, tell them they'll never rise from the ashes of their own destruction, and they will tell you, no shaking. Anywhere we belle face, we go always run am. Forget the bars, bows, last, we go dey alright. My people are mad with faith. They chuckle through their grief. Rise every sunrise with virgin belief. They say the day we begin to lose hope is the day we begin to die. My people are mad with faith. Every day I wake up, there is no danger that can terrify me the way your faith terrifies me, because you will always say, last, we go dey alright. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ian. Please, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we're having a brief interlude as we prepare for the panel session. And may I also let you know that refreshment is going around, so kindly remain seated so that we can get to you. Thank you. I can see the refreshment going around. Let's just give a few moments for that to go around. And while we are doing that, I have a bit of announcement or recognition to make. We didn't do any special recognition because everyone here is special, but as instructed, we considered it pertinent for us to know that there are two key people here. We, first of all, have, okay, so my mom, for those who do not know, we started this organization like in 2004. Can we have the volume reduced a little bit, media? Thank you. Thank you so much. So I have been a member of this platform for so many years. That's about 17 years now. The summit is just 5 years old, but the organization started over 17 years ago. And I am privileged to have my mom. These are the second events that she's attending. We had one at Shabak Center, she was there. And mommy, please rise so that we'll see you. Thank you so much for constant support and all that. Thank you so much, ma. And then, as always, a strong pillar, a great supporter, #1 international fan of our own international director. We have the mother of Mr. Kunle Joe Komalafe, also gracing this occasion. Please, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the mother of our founder. Thank you so much, ma. You're looking gorgeous. Thank you for celebrating them. So at this moment, just give a few seconds as we, in a few moments, we'll be inviting our panelists to come up.
All right, so can we reduce the music a little bit? Thank you. Please, let's get this refreshments go around as fast as we can. Let's do that very quickly so that we can go straight into the panelist session for the next hour. And then we'll take pictures and call it a day. Just make sure you don't leave here without meeting people. How many of you came with your complimentary card if you have one? Just 1, 2, 3. All right, that's good. So you can't come to an event like this without connecting with people, without getting to meet people. And one of the things that we do here is knowledge sharing and exchange. At the age of 27, I had read over 700 books. you know, and I tell people it is what you know that will give you an edge in life. What you know is what gives you an edge in life. Please kindly do this as fast as possible. I think we just call on our panelists and then we go straight into it while this is going on, because we don't have all the time anymore. All right, can we be quiet? Please just kill the music now. Thank you. So I can know where the noise is coming from. All right, thank you. Please, can you take it easy now? Just take it easy, please. Thank you. Please, can you help me put your hands together as we call on the stage for our panelist session, Philip Ojire. Please, can you do that if your hands are not busy? Come on now, family, don't stop doing that until he takes his seat. Thank you. Can we do it one more time for Ogwa Iweze, please, family? Until she takes her seat. Don't stop. Come on now. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh, we still have a full house. And then, please help me make welcome Dr. Pam Pam, Pamileri Adegoke. And then to lead this conversation, if you have questions, now is the time. So people ask, why do we use the word REAL? REAL is an acronym, Center for Real Impact. The real there is not real. The real there is an acronym meaning relationship, entrepreneurship, accountability, and leadership. So in all these areas, you want to ask them as many questions as possible. Okay, Ogwa is here, social media, Pam Pam is here, business-wise, we have Ogwa, we have Philip. So please just, let's maximize their presence here this afternoon, okay? And to lead this conversation, I'm going to call up on stage the one you've been hearing her voice, one of our founding members, like she said, 17 years coming, Julie B. Mogbo. And you just sit here. And then I will be in and out the panelist session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very kindly, ladies and gentlemen. So at this particular point in time, let me do a formal introduction. So I am a registered nurse by profession. I am a health entrepreneur. And then with the Center for Real Impact, the Acting Director, Organization, Development, and Planning. So I welcome you all to this panel session. How many of us actually enjoyed listening to the speakers? If you did, just another round of applause. Thank you. Show them some love. Show them the real appreciation. Thank you. Do we have our microphone? Amazing. Great. So this first question is going to go to everyone. I had the opportunity to ask other speakers. So the question is this. What do you consider as your greatest quality? Whether as a business person, what is that one quality? You are free to share many that has led you, has propelled you to the level where you are now. So we'll probably begin with Philip, if that's fine. What would you consider as your greatest quality?
Okay, I would say I'm a maximum risk taker. I take so much risk that you even pity me, feel like, guy, calm down. I take so, everybody that knows me, I go to like an extreme to take a risk that you see it like it's unrealistic, but at the end of the day, I'm very slow. I have this baby steps kind of movement, but at the end of the day, you say, guy, what happened? So I think that's me. I take maximum risks. Thank you.
All right. So ability to take risk for those. I think there was a saying that not taking a risk is risky in itself.
Yeah.
So thank you. So that's for Jire, taking maximum risk. Thank you, Oga.
Okay, I think if I think about it, I think I'll probably say self-confidence. It wasn't always this high, and I believe it can even be higher, but you have to absolutely believe in yourself. You know, there'll always be negative comments. There'll always be somebody telling you, are you sure you can do this thing? If you put out an idea, there'll be, maybe you tell 10 of your friends, not everyone is going to support you. Sometimes nobody will support you. And that's why they say when you do business, don't rely on your friends. Like, think outside of your friends, because most times we think, everybody's going to buy from me, and you'll be shocked. It's your friends that will first say, what is she selling? What is this nonsense? So that belief in yourself that this thing that you're doing or you're selling is amazing, whether it's amazing or not. I think you have to almost be crazy. And if you read stories of successful people, they were almost crazy. They did things that you would have thought, are you okay? They dropped out of school, they invented some crazy things that they didn't believe anybody, but you would not have believed that anybody would buy. So I think it stems out of self-confidence and self-belief, and I'm really happy that I have developed it, and it wasn't easy, but being able to walk into any room, hold my head up, speak about my business is something that has helped me a lot.
So for me, I think it's me being intentional. So if I want to do anything, no matter what it is, I am intentional about it. Even if I'm going to fail, I still go for it. So it's being intentional, knowing that this, I want to do it, and I will do it. So that it's being intentional for me.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to take us on the part B of this question. So I know a number of people will be asking. We've heard take maximum risk, we've heard have a high level of confidence, and then we've had intentionality. So for taking risk, we all grew up, and parents, we do it these days. You have a child that wants to crawl or wants to climb, and we say, stop that, don't go there, you will fall, you will hurt yourself. And then someone wants to travel, friends are telling them things just to pull them back. So how were you able, or how are you able to see risk in the face and go for it?
I always believe that every time you fail, you should fail forward. So it's even more stupid that you don't try. If you fail, you gain experience. So you know that this is why and where I failed. But if you don't try, how would you know where you have failed? So failure, it's a lesson. It's a part of success. So when you always fail, you fail forward. So if you don't try, if you don't take the risk of trying, I could remember when in my family, I was the only person that schooled abroad. How did I do it? I woke up one day and I told them I wanted to study XYZ. And everybody thought I was crazy. My dad is a civil servant, my mom is a civil servant. They didn't have the money. I came to Abuja for the first time on my own with a boss. Got my visa that same day. It never happened in the embassy. The guy asked me why was I going there to study. I just told him I'm from Niger Delta and we kidnap brown skins like you. And I'm going to study this thing because I want to come back and teach my people to reduce it. Now, let me even tell you guys a story. 30 people before me were denied. I was the only person that was given visa that same day. They told me to come back by 4 p.m. or so to pick the visa up. So if I have not taken that risk of trying and coming down to Abuja, I would have not had it. So I'm very keen about trying, failure, and moving on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the challenge to you is go for that risk and tell the negative committee in your head to shut up and sit down. So that's what Ojire is telling us right now. I'm sure there were words, there were thoughts in your head who has done it before. It's not going to be possible, but he decided to go against the odds. And thank you so much for sharing that. So we are privileged to have KJK. If you don't know, his name is Kulejo Kamalafe, but we know him as KJK. So he is here to just add spice to the conversation. So over to you, Ogra. You talked about having high level of confidence. I've heard a number of times where people will say, oh, I can't talk like that. Oh, no, I can't speak like that. I want to. How did you grow in confidence? And how can you get the people, the person who is seated here now that is thinking, oh, it's going to take me 10 years and all that. So how did you do it, and how do you think we can?
Maybe I was born with a little bit of it, to be honest. But the second thing I'll say is this. I draw inspiration from everything. I watch YouTube videos every single morning. It doesn't matter how busy I am, I must play something and be listening to it. It's either an inspirational message, a motivational message. I don't know how, but somehow, a lot of the things I listen to stick with me. So I can listen to a message from someone like Steve Harvey, who failed woefully at almost everything. Or, what's his name with the movies? Tyler Perry. Once I started listening to these stories, recently I watched a documentary Jennifer Lopez talked about. At some point she wasn't getting any movie roles. There was nothing moving for her. If I was sitting here, I would think, J-Lo has made it. She has 200 and something million followers. And she's the same person saying she wasn't getting movie roles at some point in her career. She wasn't getting recognition, right? She still even struggles. Recently, she was nominated for a Golden Globe Award. She didn't win it. She was so disappointed, and she showed it during the documentary. So this is life. We aren't going to have everything figured out. And I think the problem is most of us start with putting ourselves in such a place where we ourselves can't even, we can't get there. So start from who you are. Tell yourself who you want to be. Look at yourself in the mirror every day. Who do you want to be? Or who do you see yourself as? It doesn't matter what your parents tell you. It doesn't matter what your friends think. You seem crazy. You have to be a little bit crazy. You have to be. There has to be some kind of belief that people will look at you and say, is this person okay? But that's what separates the greats from the average. Because it's how badly you want it, and I said it already on stage. So I started to tell myself every day, what do I really want? What do I want to achieve? I want to make 20 million naira off influencing. How am I going to do it? And this is from my social media page. So I have to target, okay, there are 10 brands I want to work with. I'm not going to wait for the brand to call me. I will reach out to the brand. I've already developed like a portfolio of myself. I said, oh, hey, check out my portfolio. I'd really love to work with your brand. I've been using your products for so long, blah, 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 blah. But if I don't have confidence, I won't be able to do those things. So I have to first psych myself. And it's not a one-time thing. It's every single day. Little things. Be careful what you listen to. Be careful who you surround yourself with. It can make or break you. And if there's nobody to encourage you, please stay on your own. Because there are more complainers than doers. So you have to be very careful what you let get into your head. Because once somebody tells you, you are not good enough, how? It gets there and you just keep thinking about it and you never do anything about it. So I would personally say I really, really put it in my head to keep on feeding myself the right things, and I still do it till today.
Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause. You have to keep feeding yourself with the right things, the things you hear, the things you watch, and then the people you surround yourself with. So, Pamela, intentionality. So we live in a world where we try things, especially with the present economy and the government, with the way things are done. So people are losing hope. They want to start off. They're even telling themselves, they don't even wait for naysayers. They just say, well, it's not going to work. In this country, it's not going to work, and all that. So how do you get intentional? You want to get to a particular point. How do you build that spirit, that momentum to just keep it going? How do you get intentional?
So I will use this example. I will say this as an example here. So for my field, digital marketing, some years ago, let's say 2-3 years ago, it wasn't as big as this. But COVID came. I will tell you that COVID is one of the biggest things that's ever happened to that industry. You know why? Brands started appreciating influencers because we are stuck in this space. They can't do billboards. People don't even buy newspapers like before. They can't do the things they used to do. They have to start using influencers. Influencers made mad money doing COVID because we started using Thriller more. TikTok. We started doing TikTok. Everyone started dancing. During COVID. Because we had that time. Because we were stuck and we just had to get busy. We had a lot of new influencers come out during COVID. So brands started appreciating that space, and guess what? I tell people when they tell me, oh, we have a lot of digital marketers, a lot of so. Then I tell them something. Do you know that new brands come up every day? Brands get fundings every day. New ideas come up every day. What we are even making when it comes to digital, social, and everything, we've not even started making money. We are still scratching the surface. If you know what influencers charge abroad, you know that right here we are still joking. We are not even there yet. So for you to know that there is mad money in that industry that we've not even made yet. So now tell me why you want to feel pressured that so person is doing it. Who says you can't do it? Who says you can't blow in less than how many months? She used Any, for example. Any started with lipstick, lip gloss boy. Any is doing different things. Now they have their TikTok group and they are still dancing, but brands are paying. And Any is the first Crocs ambassador in Nigeria. It all started with a step. Before Any came, a lot of other people were doing it. People are still doing it. People are still getting fundings. So don't think whatever you want to do is saturated. Don't think everyone is doing it. People are not even doing it yet. Maybe it's when you come that you now start making the proper money. So no matter what, put your foot into it. Don't be. I like what when she said, in case you don't have advisors, don't listen to anybody. Just do your thing. Be your own motivator. I don't want to be a motivational speaker right now. But inspire yourself, because if you don't, you have to be your own fan first of all. Because if you don't inspire yourself, you don't even like the things you are doing, how do you want to sell it to us? If you don't appreciate yourself, how do you want me an outsider that I'm 1,000 miles away to appreciate your content? You get, so you have to start with that. Be your own fan, be intentional, push it out there. If it's poor today, tomorrow you do another one. At one day, try different TikTok videos. One day, you get this step. When you get this one, then you get the next one. So just try.
Thank you very much.
All right, let me just, on that note, let me ask this. I know when we talk about sales and marketing, Ogwa has a style, Philip has his style, and then Pam Pam has his own style. I want us to talk a little bit about sales and marketing, because without that, and I know Ogwa is big on that, and I know that if you're not selling or you are marketing either your product or your services, like they always say, you are like a guy winking at a lady in the dark. She's not going to see you, right? So I want them to talk a little bit about sales and spend a little time on that, because no matter how good you are with Queen's English, no matter how good you are with dressing, no matter how good you are with catwalking, if you are not selling, you will not eat breakfast. I hope I got that. So I'm going to start with Philip. Just talk to us about sales and marketing. Tell us a little bit about how you do yours. If you have been to, for example, Ogwa's site, Ogwa will dance and do all. I've read everything you've ever posted in this life. You understand? Same thing with Pamela, same thing with Philip. I went through everything all the speakers have ever posted online. You understand? And everyone have their own spice to how they do stuff. And I kept this question like I was going to see. This is the only question I'm going to ask Ogwa. I'm going to ask. You understand? Because you do it That's just with ease. You're not ashamed. And I'm like, and then you see her posting, I just flew from this, I just flew from that. I'm like, this big woman that is still, doing all that. And then we are not even there yet. We're not even close to being there. You're like, and I used that to teach one day that it's pride of a kind. So we're going to take that time to talk about sales and marketing, Philip. Just help us do justice to that. And then I know Pam will come through the social media perspective as well. But let's help our audience to go out of their skin. When they walk out of here, I want to see what you do, your business, your services change based on the things that you'll be hearing from here. We didn't come here to play. Okay? So we want to live here with the right things that would help us become better at what we do. So over to you, Philip.
First of all, if you're not making sales from your business, then it's an orphanage you're running. Yeah, it's an NGO you're running if you're not making sales. Now, the aim of doing business is to maximize profits, not to minimize profits. When people say I'm doing it for fun, I'm not doing it for the love of money. Me, I like money. I'm doing my business for the love of money. I have family and other people to feed, including myself. So if you're doing business, you have to be intentional that I need to make money, I need to make profits. Some people, when I go to buy something, I say, this business, nothing there, we just won't sell them. Nah, lie. Something there, you've not looked well. Now, marketing. There are different forms of marketing. Let me even tell you guys. Now, some people will say, I don't have money to do sponsored ad, right? Everybody here will feel like, I don't have money to run sponsored ad. You have over 100 contacts on your WhatsApp, your personal WhatsApp, not even your business. And these people don't know you sell a product. If you're on my contacts, every day, Mr. Kule, you can testify. I'll just, every evening, when I know that my audience are back from work, I'll say your favorite sales boy is here again. You have to be humble. I'm a sales boy, so I'll tell them your sales boy is here again. And I'll post my product, and believe me, they buy. Let me give an instance. When I started Shoe Freak, I was posting, I just told the manufacturers, please, can you do short videos of the manufacturing process and send to me so I can post for marketing purpose? They're like, okay, sure. So as they were sending, I was posting. As they were sending, I was posting. So when it got to the finished product, I now posted the finished product. Then I now took them back again to the manufacturing process. Do you know, the first order I made for female shoes was 100 pairs. And before it got to Nigeria, I sold all. On my WhatsApp, I have not posted on our business page. Now, I got money to order from that 100 because the way I do my business, I do 3 to 4x of everything of my production costs. So I got money to produce 500 pairs from that sales I sold on my WhatsApp. So now, secondly, you don't have money for ads. There's guerrilla marketing. You cannot meet me and spend 30 minutes with me and I'm not introducing my product to you. Guy, I dey sell shirt though. This shirt wey you wear are fake. Forget about that. If I see you and I know that you don't have money to buy a shirt from a Gucci store and you're wearing a Gucci, I'll walk up to you and say you're wearing fake. Let me give you the original of my product. So you have to be intentional about your marketing. Now, people say, Shirt Freak, you use big celebrities to market your product. Now, do you know how I got there? I got there by doing small from my own space. I saved money, now, influencing, everybody knows you have category A to Z. I started from category Z. As I was making money, I said, okay, I want to expand my market, I want to expand my business. So I'll say, this budget for marketing, this budget for who can accept this amount. So what we do in Shirt Freak is that at the beginning of every year, in December, we write to over 100 celebrities and say, hey, we want to work with you in 2023, for example. And trust me, everybody needs money. They'll start sending you their card rates. Crazy rates. If you see the rate, to be influencer go hungry you. Because you're making more than the whole product I'm selling. Like the whole cost of the product, just for one post. Now, when you send us your rates, we'll now send you an email back. that our negotiating team will get back to you. Who is the negotiating team? Me. I step in. See, I'll price you to nothing. You insult us, so there are some people we sent emails 3 years ago, 4 years ago. We just started working with them this year because we're always backing them with email. They got tired of us. They got tired of us. Like, there's someone we even worked with. Was it this week or last week? We've been chasing her for the last 3 to 4 years, and she's been giving us crazy rates. In short, the icebreaker was, you people have been chasing me for the last, let's just do it. So if I had given up because influencer A, and even when influencer A says so and so amount, don't worry, have option A, B, C, D, E. That's why the person that created alphabet made it up to Z. Yes, you have options. Don't limit yourself. So I can't dance like her. Let me even say that when we started running sponsored ad, there was someone I gave. I think Dr. Pam might know the person. I gave him money to help me run sponsored ad. The guy, I'll feel like, guy, how far? He'll be like, no worry, the thing, they fire, they boost people. I did not get one sale from that ad. I did not even see it on my timeline, but the guy was like, guy, don't worry. Just bring another 200K. Go fire the thing up. Baba, you don't know the kind brand you get to, blah, blah. You'll be excited. Now, I had to learn digital marketing. Paid money, went on YouTube, started doing course until Facebook recognized me. So we now share, because when I now run ads, I get relevance score of over 9.0 over 10, 10 over 10. So Facebook was like, who is this guy? So I started running ads for my business with small budget. See, I started running ads from 500 naira per day to now we do now 100 naira a day. Now, everybody in Nigeria that runs ad knows that you can't use your Naira card to pay. But I cracked the code and I've been using it for 5 years. Why? I was just playing around it one day and I just felt like, how will I be paying in dollar? It's expensive. I don't understand dollar, I understand Naira. So let me try this. I cracked it and I now found out how I can pay with my Nigerian card till today. So if you don't try, see, you must try things out and they would work. And guess what? I teach people digital marketing for a big money right now. Why? Because I tried. So if you don't try, you have just, marketing is key. If you can't market your products, either guerrilla marketing, either digital marketing, or any form of marketing, do you know I manipulate people into buying? See, now, let me give you an example. If you go on any foreign website to buy and you abandon the cart, do you know 30 minutes to 1 hour later, they'll give you a reminder. So the mistake you can ever make in ShirtFreak is to get to the process of send your account details. You never sleep. You will never sleep. You get 2 reminders every day, most times 4. There are some people that will buy out of shame. Let me just, what is my business? I have sold. Yeah. So, every sale is key to me because at the end of the year, when you are calculating your revenue, you understand that it's 1 naira that made you not become a millionaire. Yes. So I'm very intentional about sales. You must buy. You must buy. See, we even have what we call ShirtFreak Plus. Now, what that means is that customers that have bought up to 10, we now give them the advantage. So if we release a product on Monday, we send it to them on Sunday. And we have 2,000 of them. So the ratio is that 10 to 30% should buy of them. So before day breaks in that Monday, while my other people are killing themselves, I've cashed out on Sunday. So if I don't come to work on Monday, it's not my business. So we have to categorize them to make sure that, and we manipulate. If you see us manipulating customers, sometimes you'll be like, ShirtFreak, I have all your product. Forget the one you bought 3 days ago has spoiled. Buy another one. Yes, because now, recently, because it's an election year, every business owner have been having low sales. And as Dr. Pam said, Instagram does, the way Instagram algorithm is built, it does not show your post to every customer. So we noticed that when we post, even our followers and old customers don't see it. So we started targeting everybody that had bought. It will soon get to you because I just saw your message. She was one of my first customers. I just saw her conversation. She bought 3rd of March 2017 and we launched 7th of February. So she was one of the first 100 people that bought. Please clap for her. So she's part of, if I become a billionaire tomorrow, she's part of, no, yes, so basically, let me just round this up. You have to be intentional about yourself. You don't have to be ashamed of selling. If you don't have money to run ads, yes, my friends have not bought my product. They've not bought it. My family have not, my sisters have not bought my product, but they buy Zara. Yeah. I have a sister that buys clothes every day, but she had not bought my product. She's not my customer, but her husband is my customer. So I give him the attack. So you might be disappointed that your friends are not supporting you. Forget them. Don't be discouraged. You have customers everywhere. You walk up on the road and say, hey, I sell this. You cannot meet me for 30 minutes and I'm not selling to you. The hotel I stayed yesterday, I've sold 3 products. Yeah, I was bored. I went to sit down in the lobby where I now meet people. We'll strike up a conversation. Na cloth that they sell, see this one, come buy. You must buy. And before I leave here, I know that some people will buy. Yes, because if you walk up to me and say, you want to ask me a question or you want to sell, take picture, you buy cloth to my brother and my sister. Yes. Uncle Kule, you've not bought. You have to buy. Pam also will buy because I see you buy now. I'll buy from you, you buy from me.
Thank you very much. I know that some people may have had some questions, even while he was speaking. Someone asked a question here. This event, yes, at basic level, was given out for free. So a number of people, if you paid anything to come in here, please put up your hand. So we had that, and there are different levels. There's actually the paid one for those who actually would have some other benefits that come with. This is just one of it. So if you want to get more, there are opportunities to actually even sit with a special guest. And that comes, yes.
Before I forget, please. I teach people businesses, and I also have master classes. Before I forget again, no. So for my master class, I do only 50 people in every city. So if you would want, you pay for it, though it's not free. So if you would want to join on how to scale your business from 0 to 100, I've taught over 3,000 people, 3,000 businesses. Just 250K only. No. So we go to different cities to teach and the beautiful thing is that there will be 1 year follow-up on your. See, you must make money. Trust me. It's a money back guarantee. If you don't make money, I'll give you back your money plus another 250K. Yeah. No, if you don't make money, it means that you're not serious. I cannot teach you and you don't make money. I've even taught my father. I can call him, yes. Why won't I charge him? Yes. That's the truth. So if you want to scale your business from 0 to 100, I'll teach you, including digital marketing is part. If you're a fashion person, I can teach you 3D fashion design. So we have a lot. So let me allow other people speak.
All right, thank you. So there's an opportunity that we have. There's a privilege for being a member of the Real Platform. And because of relationship, which our founder has richly, you never can tell what is in store for the members of the Real Platform. So just keep yourself abreast of all of our information by following us on all of our social media platforms and find a way to join our Telegram platform where we run weekly programs, and then you will get announcements, I'm sure, with partnerships that are going to emerge from here. Just stay on the Center for Real Platform platforms, and then you will get some benefits. Ogre.
Thank you. I just followed real platform. I didn't realize I wasn't following. That's the first thing. Second thing is, notice how Julie just plugged in a sale there. She's telling you guys, come and buy a space on the platform, and I think you'll be amazing. Thirdly, I didn't always used to dance. In fact, I thought people who danced on social media were mad. I was like, why will you be dancing like a fool? Like, are you okay? Like, this is a serious space. One time, they asked us to send in a video for an event, and most of the people that sent in videos were dancing, advertising their products. So the person sent a message to my assistant that, please tell your madam if she can do a video dancing. I said, me, dance on Instagram, God forbid. What am I doing now today? Hey, let me tell you guys. See, you guys, let me tell you people. People buy emotion a lot of times. The same dress I will wear just posing like a superstar will not sell. As I dance in that dress, will sell 20. I'm not kidding you guys. As I dance in that dress, will sell 20. I have a friend that people say we look alike. If we wear something and dance, sold out. But I can wear it alone and pose, the results will not be the same. What did I learn from that? I learned that people are sad. People are actually really sad. Most of us have something that disturbs us or we're worried about, and we can't just get it off our heads. So anything that gives you a bit of joy catches your attention. Anything. That's why comedians are the biggest thing on Instagram right now. What? I wish I was on you. Telling jokes on Instagram every day. Comedians, if you notice a comedian, in 1 year, they can gain 100,000 followers, 200,000, right? Million in 1 month. Because everybody is looking for something to give them a bit of joy. So I just learned, don't be too serious all the time. Sometimes it's even the things you take for granted that bring the most results. It's the content you don't even pay attention to. That's why, even if you're serious about and intentional about your content, sometimes it's the randomest thing you post that will bring the biggest results. My biggest views are the one I'm dancing, being stupid. The one I'll write one serious thing. People will just say, please, I beg, this is inspirational, motivational things. So I will tell an inspirational message when I'm dancing, and the results will be better. If I really want to inspire somebody or whatever, as I'm dancing, I'll just do one voiceover and it will make sense. They'll be watching the dance, laughing, and they'll hear a message, right? So let's talk about sales. If you're a business person and you don't know your numbers, you are joking. So many business people don't check their books. They don't even, do you know what? They don't even want to know whether they are in profit or not. It's so scary, right? When you are doing business, you've taken 10 million and pumped into a business. You need to know your money cycle. How long will it take me to take this 10 million out of this business? Or approximately how long? Because you can pump that 10 million in and 10 years later, you've not been able to take out 500K from that business. That's not business, like Philip said. So what is your money cycle? If you start with 10,000 naira, how long will it take you to get that 10,000 naira out? Your numbers are the number one thing you need to understand. Even if it's just simple, how much did I make today? What was the cost of making this money? What is the profit? There's something I do and I teach people all the time. We have a profit account. We have a pure profit account. For every sale we make, some money comes out of there and goes straight to that profit account. So guess what? When I check my profit account, I don't check the expense account, because even if there's 20 million in that account, it's not my money. It's going to go back into production or something, advertising or whatever. But my profit account means at the end of the year, I can sit down with my people and say, we have 20 million in this profit account or whatever. I'm just using examples, 1 million. Now let me give you guys another example in fashion. You don't need to own a store. You don't need to even know how to sew. You don't need anything. Let me give you guys 2 examples. One girl wears a dress. She's confident. She designed the dress. She gave it to her tailor to make. The tailor made the dress. She wore it to one event where 50 of her friends were. What, your dress? Wow, where did you make it? It's my new design. Oh, I beg, I want. She calculates how much she puts into fabric and how much she paid her tailor. She adds 10K to the dress. Let's say the dress is now 20,000. She tells her friend, it's 20K, oh, I beg, I'll pay. Even strangers will be walking up to her. And it happens sometimes, right? You wear something, everybody's like, where did you get this? She now collects money from the people who want the dress. Let's say 20 people want that dress. She collects 400,000. She goes to the market, she buys fabric for the 20 people, she goes to her tailor, she takes measurements or whatever. She orders the dresses, she delivers it. Has she made a profit? Perfect. The other girl takes 2 million, rents a shop, because you know you have to have a fine shop. She rents the shop, pays the landlord, she does big shop opening, buys small chops, small drinks, all those things. And she puts out some clothes that during the shop opening she's expecting, as people are eating the small chops, maybe they'll buy something. At the end of that shop opening, maybe she sold 2 items. So who was smarter? So sometimes, you know, the thing that you think you need is not what you need. A lot of people say, I want to rent a shop, I want to have in the middle of Use 2. It's not feasible most of the time. Many people are not in profit. It's the landlords that are dropping money because somebody must rent the shop. Whether the person has a business idea, whether it fails or not, the landlord doesn't care. His children are abroad, you are paying their school fees. So you have to think, your numbers, your money, this money you are about to release, might fail, as Philip said. Some businesses don't work, unfortunately. But sometimes, the small one you have, you can keep doubling it from just one smart idea, one killer product. There are so many examples I can give, but the bottom line is still, this money you are spending, do you understand what it means to actually make a profit? It's not easy. You cannot assume. You can't say, I'm selling something, I'm just selling for 2,000 sha. No. What is the cost? If the cost is 800, that means you are making 1.2. If the cost is 1,000, that means you are making 1K. If the cost is 3K, that means you are making a loss of 1K. But by all means, understand your figures at the end of every day. And it doesn't matter, please, I don't want to intimidate everybody because, you know, we might come on stage and be saying we sold 10,000 and people will say, where will I get there? Start from where you are. 5 items, 2 items, WhatsApp status, Instagram, TikTok, do whatever it takes to see that you can actually do this thing. And then start to scale up, because majority of the time we want to be big. Nigeria, we love, everybody wants to blow now. But all of us started from somewhere, and I hope we've heard enough stories to understand that it didn't happen overnight. We started with just 1 tailor and 1 sewing machine. 1. And it was kind of like a joke somehow. But we started somehow. But the truth is, majority of us will not be confident enough to either scale up because we're afraid, or we believe we cannot do it. Somehow you believe you can't do it. I saw a really lovely kaftan. I don't know if I can still see the guy. There's one guy that came down, he was wearing a really lovely kaftan. I noticed it. And I thought, yes, you in blue, yes. Do you make clothes? Please come. So I want to tell you something about great products, right? When you have a great product, you have crossed one hurdle. The next hurdle is, how do I get this product into people's hands and collect their money? That's where the work starts. So you can be like, I know this thing is going to sell, but how do I get it into people's hands? Can you climb the stage?
Yes.
So, hi, hello. What's your brand called?
Dulue brand.
Okay. So I love what you're wearing. Are you on Instagram?
Not yet.
No, sorry, I was trying to, structure. Just like you said, I learned today. I was trying to get the space, do something, do this. So just start there. And this is not the first time someone's telling me about my brand. Church, business meetings, confessions. And I'm like, okay, I want to start big. But I can basically start anywhere. Start anytime.
Bro,
I can
bro.
start here. This is what I make.
Start now. Start now. Start.
You know, it's a,
See,
this 20.
20,000. Okay.
I will sell this for 20 right now.
He sold 5 just now. And I'm going to order 2 for my sons as well. So let me tell you guys something. Me, I have an eye for fashion. I love fashion. I just saw him through the corner of my eye going upstairs. That's how I noticed this kaftan. And I was like, wow. And I watched him go up. I noticed some details. And I was like, this is a really nice kaftan. It's still a kaftan, right? He just tweaked it, added a zip here. I can see. And the truth is, if you do one post just showing the details, you can sell 100. That's 2 million naira. Remove your cost, you've made a profit. If you have to sit with your tailor for 2 weeks without sleep, be drinking coffee, let him be sewing it. Whatever it is you have to do it.
We'll do it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
There's nothing else to say. But I'll just go social, yeah. So another thing I think is the problem is most people don't even